Joseph, we are good? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Sunnyvale Town Council meeting for Monday, July 13th. Please join me in standing for the invocation. Tonight's invocation will be given by Mayor Pro Tem Feach.
Let's pray. Father, we thank you so much for the ability to come and gather this great country and our great town, Father. We thank you so much for the blessings you've given us. Lord, we still recognize that we're in difficult times, and pray for those that have been directly impacted, not only by the virus, but by the employment status of so many, Father, the economic difficulties that are faced by so many. I lift them up to you. We know that your hand is in control, and pray that we rest up in that. Father, I pray tonight as we consider the business of the town that you give us wisdom as we make decisions that impact our community. Thank you so much for the great town staff we have, public safety individuals that serve us every day. We just thank you so much for their heart and their willingness to serve. I pray these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please. Now time is 7:01. Let me call to order the regular town council meeting for Monday, July 13th. For the record, all council members except Mr. Eldridge is present. Mr. Freeman is online, right? Joseph? So Jonathan Freeman is calling in through Zoom. We got rest of the council members in the team. Once again, I thank everyone for joining us tonight. A lot of good officers here tonight. I'm looking forward to introducing them or shaking their hands tonight. With that, introductions of new employees. I'm going to invite Chief Andrew Hawks for introducing the new officers.
Evening, Mayor, Council. At this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to the town of Sunnyvale their first 4 patrol officers. I will introduce them in the order that they were hired because I know that seniority is already important to them. As I call y'all's name, would you come step forward, please? Officer DeRyan, or as he goes by, Ryan Fields. Officer Fields comes to us from the Dallas County Community College Police Department and has approximately 6 years of experience. He has an intermediate peace officer license and is a certified field training officer and a school resource officer. Next, we have Officer Dakota Hughes. Dakota comes to us from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Department with approximately 2 years of patrol experience. Officer Hughes is also a U.S. Army veteran, having served this country honorably for 4 years as an infantryman. Officer Sarah Borchers. Officer Borchers comes to us from the Commerce Police Department, where her most recent assignment was that of first line supervisor. Officer Borcher has 6 years of patrol experience and holds a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of North Texas. And last but not least, we have Officer Cassidy Mosley. Officer Mosley comes to us from the Wills Point Police Department with over 5.5 years of combined experience in patrol and criminal investigations. Officer Mosley has an intermediate peace officer license and is experienced at crime scene technicians. Would you please help me welcome Sunnyvale's newest police officers?
Good job. Love that. So, sit down. Love that.
Thank you very much. I just want to let everybody know that we have an item on the agenda, item number, let's see. Thank you. Item number 7, I will be pulling that item forward. So if you are here to speak on the matter of the location of the fire department, I would recommend that you hold your comments. We will open for public comments. So with that, I'm going to open for announcements. So this is the time pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551 8.0415, council and mayor and staff may make announcements. Council, are there any announcements? Mr. Egan?
Mayor, I just want to make a brief, I'd consider it to be a public health announcement. Many of y'all know that I'm kind of in that category. A lot of us in here are of 50 over, but also other underlying health conditions that come to light as well. 2 weeks ago, I was in the doctor doing my 6-monthly bloodletting. We were discussing this. He suggested, and this is only a suggestion, but I feel it's important that people do their research on it. But of the USS Roosevelt, which was the naval ship that had so many positive COVID cases on it, all those sailors had to take an MMR, measles, mumps, rubella shot. Of the 996 sailors that tested positive, one died. Most of those sailors are in the young age group categories. Anybody who's in the military has to get a MMR, whether you like it or not, you get one. Bottom line is, talk to your doctor. I went to the pharmacy and got my MMR, and so did my wife. So did my brother, who's 6 years older than I am. My sisters, who are between the two of us, are probably going to be getting there soon too. It's just a suggestion. Talk to your doctor first, but it doesn't ward off COVID. There's still people that tested positive. What it does do is it tends to minimize the severity if your body's not able to deal with it if you're positive. And I think it's just important, considering right now, that everybody be aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. Mr. Finch?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to commend the town staff on the 4th fireworks. We watched them from my porch, so appreciate that. Appreciate all the work that went into that. Know that there's a lot of work that happened, even though we weren't able to gather publicly. And so I just want to thank the town staff for pulling that off, which was seemingly flawless to me from what I heard. So really appreciate all your efforts. So thank you for that.
Anyone else? Mr. Freeman, do you have any comments, sir? Mr. Finch, thanks for recognizing the staff on July 4th. It was really a beautiful. We did the best we can to celebrate Independence Day, the safety of our homes, but still we are able to see the majesty and the beauty of the fireworks. So thank you so much for that. I also want to recognize the events committee members who also worked behind that one. Thank you. With that, I'm going to open up for public forum. This is the time. Members of the audience may come forward and speak to the council, or if you're calling in using Zoom, you may raise your hand on any matters other than legal matters or personal matters or matters posted under this agenda. If you are here to speak, you may please come forward. I'm going to, yes, sir. I would ask that you, Rachel, we still have that forms? Okay.
Mayor,
So come on forward, sir. And
Mayor.
could you please state your name and address as you come forward. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Harry Horonas. I live right up the street at 314 Trip. Two subjects, make them quick and easy. I don't sleep very well. I'm thinking of the fire station across the street is gonna, if I get woke up in the middle of the night, I don't go back to sleep. I moved to Sunnyvale because I wanted the peace and quiet. Of course, I moved here in 1996.
So let me ask you one option here. So we have this item on the agenda.
Sir?
We have the fire station on the agenda tonight.
Oh, that's not what I can speak about?
Yeah, I think, yes. If you would like to come and speak, if you want to wait and listen to the presentation by the consultant and the fire chief, then if you want to ask
Is
your
there another
question.
subject I can ask about? Or do I need to wait for later for that? I don't know. I'm trying to follow procedure here.
Procedure is we talk the
Mayor?
agenda item.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
under the new open meetings legislation, if he would prefer to make his comments now so that he could go home and watch the rest of it on at home, he's able to do that.
There you go. That's the attorney's ruling. So
Okay.
go ahead.
Again, I'll make it very brief. I'm totally against it. I moved to Sunnyvale for the peace and quiet, and I feel the sirens are going off. I know people are in need, but there's got to be a better place. I'm thinking around the school. Those kids probably, they have a way of finding accidents, you know. That might be a better place if we have some property there. That's my concern there. My second concern, totally different subject. I've been waiting for 3 years patiently. I still want a sewer. I want to be able to go to the bathroom during the rains. I think we spoke of this before, you know, and I've been waiting very, very patiently, and I've got to admit my patience is growing shorter and shorter. It's been 3 years, I believe, since I've asked, and that's all I want, is a sewer. I pay a fortune in property taxes with all I have, and all I want is a sewer. I want to be able to go to the bathroom while it's raining. I'll leave it at that. I'll get out of your hair, and y'all proceed.
Outside of the Trip Road, am I right?
It's on this side,
Okay.
across from that pond.
Got it.
Remember where you wanted to build a soccer?
Yes.
So, which we need obviously for drainage. But that's where I'm at. I just, you know, I really want to see. I want to be able to go to the bathroom and not have to rush to the Exxon. Okay, so I guess that's it. And again, I'd like to live a peaceful, quiet life. And I feel a fire department right there, or they say they need the EMTs more than anything. And I didn't know that till somebody informed me of it. Just don't want the racket, you know, I'd like to go to bed and sleep through the night, or try to. I mean, I'm sure the people that are older realize you don't sleep very well the older you get, you know, with all our problems and all that. But anyway, thank you for your time. I'll get out of your hair.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone from the members of the audience who would like to come forward and speak to the council? Joseph,
Mayor, this is Mark Eldridge. Just letting you know I'm on the call and I'm available.
Oh, Mr. Eldridge, welcome. Now it's 7:16. Mr. Eldridge has joined the meeting. Thank you, Mr. Eldridge.
No
Thank you,
hands.
Mayor.
We do have a chat message if you would like me to read that.
What is it again?
There is a message in chat, but there
Yes. So no hands raised. So that's a chat session. Joseph is going to read the.
someone named James asked, is it an option to go to town council meetings in person?
The city attorney is going to respond on chat.
So she'll respond. So we keep moving.
I'm working.
Yes, so I've checked with the town manager, and I'm waiting on a response, and I have a response prepared for James.
Anyone else?
There are no other hands or chat.
Okay, if none, I'm going to close the public forum. And I'm going to move on to the presentation section. Item number 2, presentation of a check for a donation in the amount of $5,000 from Atmos for the Emergency Operations Center at the new Sunnyvale Fire Department.
Yes, sir. I'm just going to introduce Jonathan Freddy from Atmos, and he is going to make that presentation to you and the council.
Good day, Mr. Freddy.
Mayor, council, it's a pleasure for Atmos to be working in the community, town of Sunnyvale. We're very proud of the partnership that we have here. We know it's an exciting times in Sunnyvale with the growing police force and the new firehouse, and this is just a small token of our desire to be a strong partner with all of you, and say thank you for the continued partnership that Atmos and the town of Sunnyvale have going forward.
So he has to be 6 foot. Hey, Chief, why don't you get over by the mayor so that he can, oh, there you go.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda items. Council, we have one item on the consent agenda, item number 3, that is consider approval of minutes for the regular meeting of the town council for June 22nd, 2020. Council, any discussions on this consent agenda item?
Mayor, I just got something I sent to Rachel about earlier this afternoon, and I just want to, I want to remove that so we can just get a quick discussion on it unless you want to do it right now.
Okay. Item number 3 is removed from the consent agenda. Mr. Egan? Yes, sir. What would you like to discuss or you want?
Yeah, I'm ready if you're ready to do it now. Okay. And Rachel has got the tape to make sure, but my intent of that statement, this happens to do with the fourth paragraph or the second paragraph on page 7 of our packet. Councilmember Egan made a public apology to those who were verbally attacked by Zoom bombers during the June 9, 2024 B Economic Development Board meeting. I believe I also discussed, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to the tape, but that also was applicable to what happened at P&Z, as well as to town staff that were, I'll just say discredited. And I truly appreciate your choice of words and what you wrote here, or what was written here. I just feel like that I covered a broader spectrum of that because both of those issues happened within about a 10-day window of each other, and it applied equally to town staff. I was very saddened to hear what I heard, but those, as I said that night, were not the feeling I don't feel like of anybody that represents this town or is a part of this town.
Oh, that's just confirm that one. Yeah. We can approve that with that. Okay. Council, can I have a motion to approve item number 3, minutes for June 22nd, 2020 with the amendments Mr. Egan just stated.
So moved to approve with changes noted.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Egan, second by Mr. Finch to approve minutes for June 22nd with the changes noted. Everyone heard the motion? Are there additional discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed? How did Mr. Freeman and Mr. Eldridge?
I vote yes. Approved.
Everything
This is Mark Eldridge.
Motion passed 7-0. Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay. Eldridge, since you're calling in, you may need to voice your vote. That way we can hear it. And you may want to state your name also. Sometimes phone connection sometimes doesn't come across right. Please. Okay, moving on to item number 4. This is the public hearing portion of the agenda.
Mayor? Mayor,
Yes,
I'm sorry, may I ask a question?
yes, ma'am.
Is Councilmember Eldridge on the Zoom video?
He's not.
Okay, and he can listen on the phone, but unless he's present by Zoom, he can't be counted present in the meeting and he's unable to vote.
And so let me clarify. He's not counted as present or he's counted as present?
He is not counted as present.
Okay. Mr. Eldridge, let me ask you, would you be able to join us via Zoom?
Yes, totally. The link provided by Joseph wasn't working for me. So if I get another one, it'd work.
Okay, so when you Zoom back in, we will record your attendance.
And at that point, we can show in the minutes that he's arrived.
Okay, will do. Sounds good. Thanks, Ms. Brenda.
I resent it.
Yes, I will do that. Yes, so the motion was approved 6-0 with the Mr. Eldridge absent. Okay, moving on to the public hearing portion of the agenda, item number 4. Hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act upon a request by Lang Fang Zhu, Thai Square Sushi and Bar Incorporated, and Warren Cohen and CSC Consulting to approve a specific use designation for an establishment with alcoholic beverage sales use, Thai Square Sushi, at or about 200 South Collins Road, Highway 350. Mr. Jackson, good evening, sir.
Evening, Mayor, Council. The applicant has requested a specific use designation for, to allow the sale of alcohol beverages for the location noted. The request will be for on-premise consumption. The subject property is zoned general business, and specific uses, specific use designations are required for such requests. The establishment will be a sushi restaurant that's already in use, and the business will be held to conditional standards noted in the in the Unified Development Ordinance for maximum percentage of alcohol sales and distance requirements. They do meet those standards. During staff review, the applicant provided information with regard to how the business will be run, a percentage. They'll be limited to a percentage per the UDO of a maximum of 50% of their gross sales can be alcohol sales. They only plan to have about 10%. The applicant is available to address any other concerns. The Planning and Zoning Commission approved the request unanimously, and staff recommends approval.
So, Mr. Jackson, the applicant has requested for maximum 10% of sales, but the UDO allows up to 50%, correct?
They haven't requested, they just noted I asked a question, what would the percentage likely be? And they noted that it would likely be about 10%, but they are capable, based on the UDO standards, of a maximum of 50%.
I want to note that Mr. Eldridge has joined the council meeting around 7:24. Thank you, Mr. Eldridge. The applicant is here.
Yes, he's an attendee. His name is
calling in via Zoom.
Yes, his name is Warren Cohen. He is a representative for the project.
Mr. Cohen, are you present? Mr. Cohen, if you are present, we can hear you. I see your name. You may need to unmute yourself. Okay. All right. So if Mr. Cohen joins, I can see him, but I can hear you. All right. I'm going to open up for public comments. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to speak to the council on item number 4 or join us via Zoom, please raise your hand. No one from the members of the audience is coming forward. Joseph, anyone raising their hand?
No one at this time.
No hands raised. Mr. Cohen, are you back online?
Joseph, can you give direction on how to demonstrate?
I unmuted his mic. He is unmuted at the moment.
His computer may not have the capability for audio. I've chatted with him to note he can call in as well. But
I think we are good for now, unless Jackson, if you believe there's something else you want to bring his opinion. Council, are there any questions for Mr. Jackson on item number 4?
I'm sad to see Mark. I think Mark's joined us.
What's that? I did. 7:24 years. Mr. Freeman or Mr. Eldridge, are there any questions for Mr. Jackson on item number 4?
None for me.
Thank you. So, Rashad, let me ask you, if you approve it, so are we speculating a limit or we are not? I'm still not sure about it.
That information was just provided by the applicant as the typical alcohol sales. That's just alcohol that's going to be sold with food sales.
Right.
They're not going to be a bar. So the percentage is not limited outside of the UDO requirements.
Okay, so
So
if
Mayor-
council approves it, that means they can go up to 50%. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Mayor. The sale of alcoholic beverages is one of the few areas where the legislature has preempted cities from legislating differently than the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Code does. So we're required to treat a restaurant with alcohol sales the same as a restaurant, which means you cannot set a limit different than the Alcoholic Beverage Code.
Okay, and that is 50%.
Yes.
Mr. Allen, do you have any questions?
I do. I don't know if this is the right time to ask it, but that's different than what we passed in our UDO. Is it not?
UDO, Mr. Jackson, I think the UDO said, if you look at the page 2,
I'm just curious, does our UDO align with what the attorney just mentioned, Brenda?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Mr. Finch?
Rashad, did we have sent out notice to residents on something like this?
Yes, we sent out notice. The HOA of Stone Canyon noted approval of the request. And there was one other response, actually 2 other responses that were in favor.
No opposition.
No opposition.
So there are 3 in the package. All 3 are in favor. Okay. If there are no other discussions, item number 4, I call for a motion.
Motion to approve item 4 as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Freeman and seconded by Mr. Allen to approve item number 4 as presented. Everyone heard the motion? Are there additional discussions? If not, all in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Thank you. As I stated, I'm going to be pulling the item number 7 forward because that's an item, I believe. I'm sorry, item number 8, right? 7, that's right. Item number 7, sorry about that. I'm going to tell the item number 4, that's the one related to the fire station. I'm going to pull forward because I know there are many citizens who want to participate in the discussions. So for their convenience, I'm going to pull that forward. Item number 7, that is here 2 presentations, then discuss, consider, and act upon finalizing the selection for the location of the new fire station. Would that be, let me pull up the agenda. Would that be you, Susan?
Yes, sir. I have 2 presentations tonight to address this subject. The first presentation is going to be presented by Komatsu Architecture. From Komatsu, we have Les Edmonds, Charlie Kearns, and Carl Komatsu are all here, but Les will be making the presentation. And Joseph, if you can pull up that presentation, it was number 1 in the fire folder. Good. And I'll introduce Les. Come up and walk through. These are the findings from the consultant. As you recall, last meeting that they were here, we walked through the rankings that we had done, and I have that presentation if there's any questions from. Okay, it's back on. So we have those documents here if there's questions from the past, but Les is going to walk through the findings that
Let's welcome back again, Martin. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Les Edmonds, Komatsu Architecture, Texas. It was May 26th, last time I was here. I was here, town staff and fire department, where we, as Susan mentioned, we pursued 7 sites. 2 of those were taken off the table. We actually investigated 5 sites, and it was determined so now we've kind of whittled it down. So just to give you some background information, here are the 2 sites that we are looking at. The one on the south corner of Jobson Park and the one in Glacier Estates. Again, as a refresher from that last meeting, we used 7 criteria to score those 5 sites. We haven't changed much from there, but at that point, it was town staff and Komatsu's team that was scoring the sites.
Please speak into the microphone.
Yes. Oh, sorry. The next slide is the actual scoring of those 2 sites. Just as a refresher, that's information that you've had already. As you can see, Glacier was a bit higher than Jobson at that point. Okay, so fast forward 6 weeks to where we are now. We actually engaged all our engineers in the process. All of them are the prime engineers and consultants that would be used for this project as we move forward in preliminary design. But at this point, we used them to investigate the 2 sites. Civil engineer did a great job. I believe you have the complete report in your package. And again, this PowerPoint is just going to be a summary of that information. So, oh, yes, sorry. Look sideways, don't I? Starting with the civil engineer, he did a great job doing a preliminary design for a grading study. He reviewed the drainage of both sites, the relationship to the floodplain, and he also studied the storm and sanitary sewer service to the 2 sites. Next, we went to landscape architect. He went over the landscape ordinance and studied both sites and actually did landscape materials takeoff to see which one may or may not be more, at this point, I guess, more expensive to landscape. Next is my mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineer. Basically, they did a survey of the building itself to kind of give what would be needed to power up into each building. But they also did look at the infrastructure with regards to electrical service, natural gas, and water for both sites. And then the structural engineer came on board. Basically, he did a survey of the building type. Both sites are very similar structurally. We feel like until we actually get a soils engineer on board to do a geotech report, they're going to be very similar, probably very similar to this building that we are here in now, which is on piers and a structural slab. But we did do a full investigation for a fire station with the structural engineer. And then finally, Komatsu Architecture, we looked at some of the things that are a little less engineer-oriented and a little more contextual-oriented. We did need to go ahead and develop a concept floor plan. The chief and town manager know this, that we spent some time kind of coming up with a 12,000 square foot building. We wanted to know enough about the building to know how to put it on the site. And that's the main thing. It's not the final floor plan by any means, but it is a good guess, or it's a good start at how this fire station and admin is going to fit on the site. We did look at both the external relationship that the building will have on the site, internally to the site, as well as externally, the access to the site. A few planning and context issues we looked at, neighborhood issues, and then we basically went back and reassessed the scoring based on this additional research. So we're going to start with Glacier, and I have this floor plan, this site plan. Want to say just a few things while we're on this slide, because then we're going to get back into just the narrative, is that it's on the north, let me get my directions right, the northwest corner of the Glacier pasture land. It is, if you can barely see the red lines, that those are grade lines. We are on the high part of this site, which is somewhat advantageous in when you're trying to get the topography all straightened up. It is relatively close to the stables at this location. And obviously it's on the corner. So those few things I just wanted to point out while we're looking at this site plan, because they'll come up again when we're discussing the merits of each site.
Can I confirm something just real quick?
Yes.
Previously, we had some scale issues in what was drawn.
Yes.
And this one was correct previously. I just
Yes.
want to be sure that they're both correct in what we're looking at in this presentation.
Yes, and leaving the meeting last time, I saw that dilemma, and I said, there is something that looks a little bit off with Jobson. I assure you that at this point, we did go, ultimately, we're going to certainly get a topographic survey. But at this point, we're using Google Earth images to scale. We also went to some plats to scale. And you'll see that when we get to the Jobson site, it is the same scale. It will look on this PowerPoint slide the same size as what we have here. It is accurate. It looks a little funny in that the roof plans have overhangs that have shadow lines, and the site plan of the firehouse itself doesn't.
Bottom line is you did the best you could with what you had, but at least we're not looking at half scale on the
Yes.
fire station.
Yes, and believe me, I spent the whole next day. That's the thing that an architect will lose sleep over every time, is when they've presented something that just doesn't work, and this doesn't. Okay, but thanks for asking that.
Let's, before you move on, explain to us what's the red lines and the red hatched area at the top. Explain that to me.
The blue is your floodplain. So we're well out of that. I'm actually not sure what the red stripes are at the top of the floodplain.
It's likely the floodway.
It's a floodway. Okay. Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and what about the red lines all throughout the map?
The contour lines?
Yes.
Yes, those are 1 foot increments, starting high at the intersection where it's kind of bold. That's the high point. And I'm sure there's a number there. I just can't read it. And then it slowly goes down from the intersection down towards
So the darker the line, that's the top.
Yes. Right.
So if I look at the line and it is actually southeast, but I'm going to say the left, top left corner, right? Look at the dark line where the current stable is.
Yes.
That line is dark. Does that mean it is at relatively same topography? I mean, in other words, height as or elevation as the front, because the line is a continuous line.
Well, the heavy line is an increment of 10, I'm pretty sure.
Between the lines.
It's a foot between the lines, but every 10 feet, it's a bolder line.
It's 2 feet between the lines.
Oh, is it?
The heavy lines represent 10-foot increments between each other.
Okay, thank you. Does that?
I think so.
So effectively at the intersection of Jobson and Tripp, and I'm going to assume this is correct, we're at 480, 490, 500 feet elevation above sea level at that intersection, because you've got a heavy bold line that runs from the corner of Mr. Wade's property, zigzags to the east across the intersection, and then goes south to Tripp.
So my question was simple, right? The red line, the bold line, right, is goes from the top, which is where the stable is, comes down all the way to the right. Are they same elevation? That's the only question I'm asking. Since they're same line.
The same line is the same elevation.
Okay, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so the next slide is a bit more explanation of the Glacier site. And this is kind of, these next two slides relating to Glacier are a summary of not only my investigation of the site, but also all the consultants. So first of all, we have access. Obviously, it's a corner lot. It has access both to Tripp and to Jobson. This makes it very easy to separate the emergency exit from the non-emergency entrance back to the site. But it also gives you the flexibility if the chief wants to exit towards Jobson, that would also be available on this site. It is a deep bay, meaning that that apparatus could be back to back in this bay, not two trucks or engines, but a brush truck and an ambulance or that sort of thing. And so it just makes it for a much more flexible way to get in and out of the site. It also gives the ability to separate the public parking a bit from the emergency apron out towards Tripp. The other thing about this site is that it does allow for a north-south orientation for the apparatus bay. Some fire chiefs, I've been involved with fire chiefs who truly won't build a station that's not oriented north and south, and that has to do with sun angles and the ability, the sun entering the bays, heating up the bays from the south sun, the east sun in the morning and the west sun in the afternoon. So this is very well suited for north-south orientation. Also, the fact that we can push the structure back off of, well, actually off of both streets, both Jobson and Tripp, gives us the opportunity to have a front lawn in front of the fire station, and that our public parking won't impact that front lawn. And then the last thing which relates to orientation is that the firefighter outdoor living area would be towards the north, something that could be easily shaded and also affords a pretty nice view of the pasture. So all in all, the orientation of this corner lot is pretty good. And now the topography, this may kind of explain this a little bit better, is that we are on the highest part of the pasture. And the fact that we are at that level, our civil engineer has determined that a detention pond will not be required. We will sheet drain most of the site, and it will then flow towards the existing water feature in the pasture without really impacting anything else. We may need to do a little bit of extra to that detention pond that's there, but we will not need any detention on our site. Now, one thing that will be required is that we are, if you've obviously been by there, but it is a little bit low, even at the high end of the site. So there will be some fill that will be off-site fill that will need to be brought in to bring this site up to grade. Vegetation, there's virtually no trees, but we won't impact the trees that are there. Meeting the Sunnyvale landscape ordinance will really enhance this site with additional landscape. Utilities, they're all available. There is a sanitary sewer line. It's not immediately adjacent to our site. It's a little bit north. However, we do have the opportunity to extend it to our site and possibly using it as a benefit to other developments in the area. So yes, there's an expense to get sanitary sewer to the building, but it may be an expense that could be offset by future use.
Which direction does that extension come from?
It comes from the stables.
Comes from so down Jobson.
Yeah.
Comes from up or south from
Yes.
down
Yes.
Jobson.
And we actually have two options. There's a manhole in Jobson, and we come straight down the right of way, or there's a leg that comes across over to the stables that we could tie onto and come a little bit further to the west and then straight down. Both have a price tag attached, but may in fact benefit the area. The next two items to be talked about are a little bit less engineering and more aesthetic, let's say, planning and in context. We are immediately, well, we are adjacent to the horse stables. There could be the possibility of incorporating this project, at least on a master plan level with that project, if it comes to fruition in the future, and maybe benefit each project to develop a true, somewhat municipal complex. I think both projects could be benefited from that. Tie in access points, well, not share access points, but at least understand each access point to each project, develop an overall landscape plan that would enhance that whole end of the Glacier Estates. This gives us the opportunity to have a prominent elevation on Tripp Street, but as a corner lot, we'd have a secondary, however, equally important elevation towards Jobson. So we're not just looking straight on at a firehouse, we're looking at a pretty nice municipal feature on this corner. It is, and the chief may have some other things to say about this, but the fact that we have really good sight lines, both down towards the west on Tripp and then down towards Collins on Tripp, allows for really a good access to Tripp, and also up Jobson. So we have good sight lines virtually all the way around the site. And something else that again is a little non-engineering is that with Tripp and its connection between Beltline and Collins, this site kind of gives the town the presence of a entry feature or gateway. Somewhat like this project, this town hall site does the same thing to Collins from traffic coming up from the south. It's your entry into the town proper. We feel like the Glacier site could offer that same opportunity on Tripp. As far as the neighborhood goes, getting back to these good sight lines, we talked to the chief about this, and we feel like because of that, he can probably extend his quiet zone quite long. In other words, he can see far enough both ways to not really fire up the sirens right away, right when he exits the apparatus, and I'll let him certainly speak more about that. We like the fact that we can sit back off of both Jobson and Tripp. These setbacks will offer up buffers to the adjacent houses. And the fact that we're only at the far end or corner of the pasture virtually lets the pasture stand on its own without a tremendous impact. We will certainly follow all the zoning guidelines that are mandated by the single family zoning where Glacier is located. So that's Glacier. The next one we looked at was Jobson. We're on this site plan. Again, I really studied this. I did all the scales, so this is the proper scale for this project. One thing I'd like to point out is that having been out there, I think that little knob, that little high point that you see called out is 510, I believe, I think has been knocked down because I don't think there's a bump there on that side. But long story short, we're not at the high end of Jobson Park. We're at the low end. That big heavy line is probably 498, no, or I guess 500. And then it slopes down towards the southeast. One other thing to point out, I know you've been by there, but there is that dark corner is an open concrete channel. It's not very long, but my civil engineer calls it a channel. And it virtually keeps a little bit of water in it. And it gathers water from virtually all directions, and then it directs it through a pipe under Jobson. So not only are we at the low end of the site, we're also collecting water.
You're talking about that small black rectangular block at the
Yes.
left bottom, right?
The lower left-hand corner, right?
Right above the name Jobson Road, right? Is that?
Yes.
And Mayor, can I make a point? Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes.
Didn't we already address the drainage issue in that very area about a month ago? And isn't that already in the works?
Jonathan, I'm sorry, Jonathan, I lost you for a second. Say that one more time.
Sure. That little retention area was an area that we actually discussed and voted on allowing town here to fix the problem about a month ago.
I think you're breaking it, but I think what you said is, did we address that? I believe Lyle is going to address that.
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's correct. That little concrete channel, that is, as Les mentioned, that thing pretty much holds water all the time currently. I believe everybody has seen that in the past. The project that we recently started design on that I've referred to as the Jobson Trip Regional Drainage Project. One of the elements is to put a small bypass pipe in that channel that is going to run back into Stony Canyon, not Stone Canyon, Stony Creek, excuse me. And essentially it'll serve as a bypass to drain that pond so that it will not just hold water constantly as it currently does. So there's not a direct interaction really with that and the new fire station. If this is the site that we end up going with, that is something we're going to be taking care of.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the point is that's a very low point is what you're trying to say. I guess maybe that's your point, right?
Yes. We had discussions with Lyle, and there probably has never been an event in this area to be concerned about. It's just that it truly is the low part of the site. It truly does catch water at this location. You may want to think about if that's where you want to put a fire station. If that's, yes, there's no issues there. It's more perception. Okay, so now we're going to go back to those same topics that we went through with Glacier and that access. Kind of a no-brainer. We only are accessing Jobson. This is not a corner. So both emergency and non-emergency traffic enter Jobson. It does only allow for us to, like I said, come in and out off of Jobson. It kind of constricts the internal traffic on the site for returning apparatus to make it the hard turn back into the apparatus bay. All the radiuses are there. It's just a little bit more cumbersome to get back into the non-emergency side of the bays. This one is not truly east and west, but it's more east-west orientation than certainly the Glacier site. And again, that just means that we're going to need to take care of some sun angles for the bays. Maybe not quite put so much, maybe not put so much glass in the overhead doors. The firefighter outdoor living will be on the west side. We'll certainly have to shade that. So orientation is not quite as good at the Jobson site. Again, we talked about the topography. A detention pond. At this point, at this early stage, the civil engineer has determined that a detention pond would be required at this site. Now, it's the kind of pond that holds water just for a little while and then lets it go. So it won't hold water. It'll just be an indention in the site. On the upside.
Let's kind of
this is-
talk about where will that detention pond drain the water to?
It would be directly to the south of the site. It's like I said, it's not very long. It doesn't really affect the site. It would be to the side of the non-emergency entrance into the site.
It'll go on to the Jobson Road
Yes.
and from Jobson to the Stony Creek?
Yes. Yeah, that's where all the water goes. We would just, we would be required to hold it on our site for a certain amount of time. Lyle can answer this question a lot better than me about how detention ponds work, but then it would slowly go the direction it needs to go, which is across town.
Let me ask, so where will the water end up, Lyle?
Yes, sir. Well, as Les said, I mean, the way this site, the way the topography is, it pretty much dictates that everything has to drain in the general direction of that concrete channel that I was just speaking to a moment ago. I would presume that a detention pond would be as close to that southwestern corner of the site as we can. Of course, obviously the detailed engineering has to be still worked out on that. And then it would be released, and my expectation at this point is that it would tie into that concrete channel. Again, that bypass pipe would be in there so that that current situation where it's always holding water would no longer be present, and it would be able to drain the site appropriately. The detention pond that would be put in with the fire station would keep any increase in water from overwhelming the existing pipe that drains under Jobson now.
And where will the water end up? Will that end up in the pond in the glacier track? Right?
Well, it would go through that. It would go through that concrete pond.
Yeah.
It eventually goes into that channel. It does eventually go down. It doesn't go into the Glazer pond directly. There's another channel that comes in from the north, and it sort of bypasses the Glazer pond and goes on downstream from there. So if this is the site that's selected, it would never actually get into the Glazer pond.
Okay. It'll end up in going through under the Trip Road.
Yes, sir. It will eventually go under Trip Road. Both of these sites would eventually go under Trip.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
quick question. It sounds like if this was the site, there would be two retention ponds there, the one that's current, and would build another one. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we would not do anything to the open channel. Like Lyle says, there's going to be some improvements to it to drain to keep the water drained down of the existing concrete channel. That stays there. Our detention pond would be slightly to the, I'm going to say, west of that, on the side of our site, that would hold water and then drain into the concrete channel and then flow underneath Jobson and then go, it's like Lyle said, go wherever it goes from there.
So aesthetically looking, then it would be as though we had two ponds there. Not that there were two retention ponds serving the exact same purpose, but to the person going down the road, it would look like we have two ponds there. Is that right?
They're
The
gonna look-
concrete one plus the new one that you're building.
Yes, and we use the word pond, but Lyle, correct me if I'm wrong, they don't really hold water.
Yeah, Les, beg your pardon, Les?
They don't hold water for any length of time. It sits there and then it drains away.
Right. The existing pond that's out there today, it's kind of a misnomer to call it a pond because it really wasn't intended to act as a pond. It's just that because the fact that it can't drain it, it sort of has turned into one, but we want to turn it back into the channel that it was originally intended.
So let's make it real simple. We're gonna have two holes in the ground with water.
That's right. I would agree with that.
Thank you.
That's real technical term, right?
Okay, cut to the chase. On the upside, that there is very minimal cut that's going to be required to make this site work. So it's a pretty economical earthwork project. Vegetation, we'd certainly need to take down a few trees in the right of way to give the chief plenty of sight lines, both, I'm going to use north and south, north on Jobson, north and south on Jobson. However, certainly the new landscape plan would go a long way to enhance that corner of, enhance with landscape that corner of Jobson Park. Virtually all utilities are available at this site. Moving on to context, planning and context. This site is a little deeper in the neighborhood, so we would, rather than possibly using some of the design aesthetic of the future horse stables, this design would be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Roof lines, building materials and such would be certainly compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. The traffic flow along Jobson is a bit limited because that's our only opportunity. It's just Jobson is where we're headed. The sight lines, even with removing the trees in the right of way, are a little bit more constricted than they are at the Glacier site. And the other thing, again, it's kind of a civil engineering issue, is that even though that tree line doesn't really look or feel like a swale, but there is water that flows through there. So both the emergency apron and the non-emergency drive would need to cross that right of way with a pipe culvert. Again, it can certainly be designed for a correct size for the apparatus always to be accessible. So that's not an issue. It's just another civil feature that would have to be introduced to the site. Quiet zone is available, could be used at this site, or can be used at this site. Not quite as long. The sight lines aren't quite as long as they are at Glacier. So again, the trucks could exit, and the chief will be able to explain this better than me. The trucks could exit the site without their sirens on for a limited distance. There is the potential of events at Jobson Park. Now there's just a ball field, but if more of the site was developed for soccer fields or events of any nature, may or would increase traffic along Jobson. So something to think about when events are happening at Jobson is the ability for the fire trucks to get in and out of their site. On the upside, I would say this residential area doesn't. Most of the houses along, at least immediately around this site, don't face Jobson. In other words, their backyards face Jobson, so we're really not impacting their front yards. And again, this project is in a planned development zoning district, and all of those guidelines will certainly be followed. So that's Jobson. So finally, and I know I've gone way too long, but I appreciate your patience, our recommendations. The first few are pretty simple. Structurally, they're in the dead heat. There's no real benefit at this point to have, until we know what the soil is through a geotech report. Structural doesn't really enter into the recommendation. Landscape, again, is pretty much a dead heat. Glacier has more frontage, so more street trees. It does have more fill that would be contended with. However, Jobson does have a detention pond, which would require some additional landscaping. So virtually, as far as landscape goes, both sites are virtually the same. When we get to grading, however, Jobson would require minimal soil removal. We do have that proximity to the open concrete channel. We mentioned the detention pond requirement. And again, kind of a perception issue is the runoff right at our front door through that open channel. And it does create a bit of a, the civil design will be a bit more complicated. Getting the pipe culverts underneath the drives, dealing with the detention pond just makes it a little bit more complicated civil design. Glacier grading, we mentioned it's on the high part of the site. It would require bringing on additional fill to make it work. Basically the site can be sheet flowed across our site and then gathered up and then headed back towards down towards the existing detention pond. And it's a pretty simple civil design, actually, of the glacier site. Utilities, we mentioned that both sites virtually have access to all the utilities with the exception of the glacier site needing an extension of the sanitary sewer. But we mentioned that also that would be, that we could offset that cost possibly with upsizing it and using it for future developments. Access, we've kind of beat that one to death. Glacier has the east, west, and north artery access points. Jobson just has the north-south artery access. So we feel like there is a benefit to the Glacier site having access to both Jobson and Tripp. The chief is going to come up here after I'm finished to talk about response times and the heat map. But what we have determined from our research and our consultants is that the Glacier site offers up more advantages than the Jobson site and should be considered for the fire station. And just to wrap this up, our next steps would be that certainly after discussion that we get approval to move forward with the preliminary design. Topographic survey would be online, the geotechnical report. Then we move into the preliminary design. So that's our presentation. Sorry it took so long.
No, Les, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So if you will take a seat, what I'll do is I'll take comments from the chief. And after that, we'll open up for public comments and come back for council discussion. Chief? Good evening, Chief. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Really going to haven't done this before per se, but this presentation is very special to the town. Introducing myself as far as with the folks out there that are watching in. My name is Doug Kendrick. I'm the Emergency Management Coordinator and also the Fire Chief for the town of Sunnyvale. I usually don't actually start a formal conversation as such, but with the decisions that have to be made tonight, I certainly want to give y'all the benefit of all the information that we can provide to you. This has gone along with the including of the consultants, as you've heard from the architect firm, but I also want to recognize the staff with the town manager, finance, and Les. Obviously, you've heard his input as well. But to give it some credibility to this information that I do want to give to y'all tonight. I've been a municipal employee for 46 years. Over 30 years of that has been in public safety. That's why I don't have any hair and what I got is gray. So I'm sure. But I've been in positions of fire station designs, locations, dispatch centers, and consultant work as well. I've worked with the ISO groups, along with grading our own cities that I've been a part of through the state on grading of what is involved in the grading system as well. And that is based on some of the information that we have. My work in designing fire stations is location, the building itself, but most important, the ability to blend into the neighborhood. Very important to me. That's very important to the firefighters because they want to be part of a neighborhood. They don't want to be an alien from the neighbors. We want to be part of the neighborhood. We want to be good neighbors. My experience is to be that the neighbors are always concerned with in building fire stations is traffic, noise, and lighting. As a consultant addressed it tonight, yes, we have talked about and done some planning on some of what we can call the quiet zone. Yes, I know that fire trucks, police cars, ambulances starting to get loud, but we certainly want to be the good neighbors that we are in this community that the firemen are a big part of. We've already talked about it within the group, and there's with the site that the firemen are really looking forward to would be the Glacier site because of the ability that we can roll out there a whole lot easier, quieter than some of the other locations that we've currently have. So with that all said, again, I really appreciate y'all's time tonight and listening to me go on. But a lot of things have gone into this presentation, as you will see. There's technical information, a lot of hard work from the fire department staff, and we kind of wanted to give you some of the importance. I know there's been conversations that we've had at council meeting nights. There's a lot of questions about time, and we'll see more into the time. But let me re-emphasize that fire doubles in every 30 seconds. People are dying in 4 minutes without oxygen. So a lot of concerns out there as well. It's a location, but for us, it's all about time. We're graded on time. Our regulations are based on time. And that is what we're, number one, trying to accomplish here in the town of Sunnyvale, is to better our time to serve our community. So what you'll see is that, as I said before, with the ISO rating, Thank you. You might have to help me out here. So you'll see that the response times are very well that are documented. The ISO ratings are based on time. There's a lot of other things that ISO ratings. So it's fire department and it's all city functions, dispatch centers, public works, the water supplies, and that sort of thing that we've been all working hard to accomplish, to be able to lower our ISO, that in turn we can hopefully lower the insurance rating of our citizens and our commercial folks. Joseph, you get it in or okay, let's back up on the so the standards of time. You can see that it through the national standard, National Fire Protection, the standard of time is very important and it's established. And that's what we have to work hard to do, because as we're graded in the fire department, this is the time that they want to see for the fire departments to make. So you can see we work hard in just what we call the turnout times. That's just from getting out of a chair, getting on the rigs and rolling out of there. Currently, our time that the guys have worked very hard is less than a minute. So we're very proud of that. Getting into the times, again, we're really getting now into the weeds of this whole conversation we're having tonight in presentations of locations. You'll see in this particular slide that pure and simple, if you look down at the differences in time compared from the Jobson to the Glacier, we're 3 minutes, 0.8 from Glacier to our responses that are actually, we have labeled this. Now, we picked locations that we try to get very accurate on locations, and we did that. It is, and you'll see in some of our mapping, we did it across the board. So there are the addresses that we have. So we didn't go one way or the other. We kind of gave it all in a general. So you can kind of see the locations for yourself. You can see across the board of the time differences between the two locations.
Quick question for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Joseph can go back. What same thing you're talking about? So why did we pick these 6 locations? Is that from the history of we had fire issues, or is that?
Well, we picked them, yes, mostly from our locations that we looked at with our heat maps that you have seen before, to kind of get a gist of where those locations are based on time.
This shows up red in the heat map, or
Correct.
closer to red in the heat map.
Yes, sir. Okay, Joseph, please. That's just another, there you go. This is our currently times that we're working off of. These are our locations that you will see on 80, east of Collins, Sunnyvale ISD School District, what our times are for those, for that location. And then the corner and the highway and the service roads. And again, we can address some of those locations on a heat map.
Chief, those are current times, right? Times
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That is currently what we're under right now. And once again, the reminder is we're talking about 4 to 5 minutes according to the NFPA requirements. So the heat maps, the next slide, the heat maps is kind of giving you a breakdown before he skipped over. There's been some conversations about, well, what have we had in fires? Well, we've had up to this date, we've had $168,000 in fire losses. So we have had fires. The difference between having a full-blown house fire and a kitchen fire, whatever, it's because we're trying to get there as quick as we can and address the issue as fast as we can. So you can see there are fire damages that we would love to obviously keep to a very minimum, but it is the big difference between having a stove fire and a kitchen fire to a house fire. And then as far as on the EMS side, it's a whole lot different when you're having a heart attack and getting there within 7 minutes or 4 minutes or 3. So the heat maps, Mayor and Council, this is something that you can really see. This is down in the weeds. If you can see on your screen, the top corner arrow is the Jobson location. And as you see, the second arrow down in the bottom is the Tripp and Glacier location. So the heat map, you can see the green is our calls. The red ones are where our most calls are at. So if y'all have any questions about the reds, I can certainly try to give you some insight on those. Now, this is our fires. These are our fires and alarm calls that we're getting throughout the city in this particular heat map.
Chief, I was just want to make sure I want to clarify here. The heat map is the common terminology that's used for this, but that doesn't necessarily mean fires. That heat map is calls.
This particular is the cause of the fires that we have now.
Of fires.
It's not like a complete house fire.
This isn't the cumulative of medical and.
This is just fires and alarm calls.
Fires on, okay.
And you can also see the fires too along the Highway 80 corridor that the fire calls on that. The next slide is the EMS calls. As the saying goes in the fire service, 80% of our calls are medical. So you can actually see, again, with the red arrows, you can actually see the difference of the two locations. And once again, you know, when you're looking at fire station sites, I refer to the wagon wheel. You try to put the hub in the middle of the town, and as the town grows, you spoke it out to where you now can add more stations when the time comes. So you can kind of see that the proximity to some of these calls that we have are a lot more closer, and that's where you saw the times difference when you were looking at the times. The next heat map is our vehicle accidents. Of course, those are mostly on 80. You can see some of them that have been on Collins. Some of you probably very well know some of the ones that have happened on Collins. The hot spot on the Highway 80 is the Lawson Road exit. We have a lot of calls right there in front of the market place. And then, of course, 352 on the south side of 80. The other calls on the next slide.
Chief, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
On the Lawson Road, is that at the intersection or is that because of the two-way head-on traffic with the
it's mostly that two-way head-on traffic or people trying to exit too fast, and they end up losing it right there.
But it's not head-on with the traffic.
No,
Okay, thank you.
too quick, too fast. The other, all other calls. So all of the calls are your hazardous condition calls, some searches or that type of thing. There's just kind of a, if you will, miscellaneous calls. We do get alarm calls, smoke alarm, in the middle of the night go off, and we respond to those for our community. A lot of times we just help change the batteries up. But that's where you're seeing your calls at in your community. And that's why decisions that we come up with are educated. I'll call it educated decisions that we have to make based on the areas that we are having to provide to put the best location of where we're at. So we've kind of talked a lot about Glacier. And the reason that we summarize it, the two ways in, two ways out. Right now, if we do have a wreck on 80, south of 80, the guys actually leave the station, get on Beltline Road, go through 4 intersection lights, 2 underneath 80, and then we get on the service road, and then we go down the service road. So we would probably eliminate that routing as far as go up Trip, cut across the Jobson, hit the service road there, and actually go under 80 in a U-turn. Again, gentlemen, this is something that, again, I'll reiterate that we want to be good neighbors. I think that we can be good neighbors and be cognizant of our actions as far as the noise and the lighting and all that sort of thing. So we definitely want to give the people our best to give them the best location for us to respond and rescue. So, and that's where we're at on the Glaciers. Unfortunately, when we do talk to actually give some information on Jobson, Jobson is coming out on Jobson. Quiet zone, as it been talked about in a quiet zone, the issue that if we went south on Jobson, between the blind curves and a lot of the side streets where people kind of roll through the stop signs, those would be our concerns. So at those times, we would definitely probably have to have our warning sirens on, just to make sure people understand that we are coming. So tonight, gentlemen, this is where we're at. Again, I wanted to give you our best information. Again, based on the experience that I've been through, we're limited on locations, and we have to pick the best one.
Thank you, Chief. Please take a seat, and we will open up for public comments, and we will get you back if you have more questions.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Thank you for Peggy also. Thanks for putting this together. Appreciate it, Chief. Okay, now I'm going to open up for public comments. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to speak to the council, you may come forward. And if you're calling in using Zoom, you may raise your hand. Let me open up for the public comments from the members of the audience. Good evening, anyone. Good evening, Councilmember Wade. How are you, sir? Good to see you again. Yes, sir.
Just some comments.
Mr. Wade, I know. Just for record, just state your name on record, please.
You'd be surprised how quick you forget all the rules and regulations.
Or you tried to forget. I don't know
I
which one
try
it
to
is.
forget all the rules and regulations, but okay. Jim Wade, 299 East Strip Road, here in the wonderful town of Sunnyvale. Thank you all for what you do. Appreciate your service. I know what it's all about. I'm going to pretty much address my comments to the Glacier property, as you might expect. That's primarily because I don't think the Jobson location is viable anyway. No secret there. I think those who have talked to me know that. You know, when you've lived here for 31 years, which except for Mark, is the longest of anybody sitting anywhere in this room. And you've lived in the same place for those 31 years. And it happens to be across the street from the Glazier property. You know, I sit in those chairs up there back in 1993 when we approved the comprehensive plan, first one we ever had in town of Sunnyvale. And we strategically made the Glazier property as we know it today a state residential because we wanted to do something we thought was pretty important, and that was protect those properties that were across the street. So if they were big properties across the street, we wanted big properties across from them. And I knew the horses were there. Been a part of that property ever since I've lived here, 31 years. It's probably been there for 50 or 60 years because there's never been anything else on that property. But I don't know when the horses appeared, but they could have been there 50 or 60 years. And you'll recall, as we had discussions 2 or 3 years ago, that we wanted to keep that horse pasture there, or a lot of people did. I'm not going to say everybody, because it was perhaps could be a gateway to Sunnyvale. Could be what people see the first time they enter Sunnyvale, because there's only 3 ways to get into Sunnyvale from the west, and that's Town East, Orange Bridge, and Tripp Road. A lot of people use Tripp Road. It's become very busy because of the back entrance, mind you, to Homestead and the back entrance to Stony Creek. Probably things that weren't ever necessarily envisioned as we did a comprehensive plan back in 1993. But it's become that now. And you know, I probably always realized the horses weren't going to be permanent. Because as I said earlier, I sat on the comprehensive plan committee that made that a state residential. So I expected houses to be there someday. So I'm not bothered by the fact that something's going to happen. As the town decided to look at that property as an alternative to a plan that was presented to us for those houses, we decided to buy that property. And as folks up here know, I still recognize that it could be used for some other purposes because not everybody was in favor of keeping it as a horse pasture. So municipal uses, since we own the property, could be out there. Now, we had already determined that recreational fields were not conducive to that property. We had determined that maybe there's other things we can do. And as you know, I had no problems with an animal shelter being out there if we were going to do away with the horses. I still believe that technology, media, community center is viable out there, especially with the amenity of the pond. It can be used. So I'm not exactly opposed to the municipal use of that property and the horses disappearing. And nobody said the horses would disappear, by the way. I'll address that again in a minute. But I don't believe the fire station is the right choice. And you know that. I've told you that several times. It just doesn't seem the right place for a lot of different reasons. A lot of different reasons. And I've looked at all the documents. So far, I've not missed a single council meeting via Zoom. And I hope sometime, very soon, you can open council meetings to people again. We're going to church. We're going other places. We've got a room here that holds 400 people. I believe we could accommodate 50 or 60 if we had to. We're doing it tonight with about 5 or 6. I'm not sure why it's limited to that. But we could accommodate that because Zoom meetings and Facebook Live just don't accommodate everybody. But needless to say, I've looked at the evaluations and, you know, numbers are curious. If anybody can make numbers say what you want them to say, I can. Okay? And I'm fixing to go right back to work and work on tax returns. And I'll see you at midnight Wednesday. Those surveys, those evaluations, they're subjective. They're somebody's best guess at numbers. Now, they might argue with that, but anytime you do something like that, you assign a value to it, it's very subjective. I find it curious. Topography, no clearing needed, minimal paving, like a lot of paving out there to me. You build all them driveways, hose racks and all that kind of stuff. Potential conflicts, yep. I know they only gave a 5 to that area. Neighborhood participation, and I'm having an awful hard time finding anybody that got talked to. I don't know who the neighborhood was. I'm not finding very many people that participated in that. And there's a lot of people on Facebook Live tonight, the largest crowd I've ever seen. I got a sneaky suspicion why they're there. I got calls this afternoon that said, can we come to town hall? One thing I could tell them was, I'm going to be there. I can't tell you if they're going to let me in or not. I'm going to be there. All right, enough about that. You know, why do I not think this is a good site? I'm just going to hit a few comments. Access. First of all, a lot of you live on Tripp. Me, I live on Tripp. And I use my front driveways, as you well know. You know, you don't know how much traffic is on Tripp now because everybody's using it. Again, it's the gateway to the back of Homestead. It's the gateway to the back of the Stony Creek. It's the new development down there. It's all the traffic. Lots and lots of traffic. But as I think about the fire station, you know, when I moved to Sunnyvale, Tripp was going to become a 4-lane road. 2005 improvement plan. Never happened. Never going to happen. That's dead. But it's never going to happen. You know, we talked about upgrading the intersections. Money was provided. We used it for something else. Probably never going to happen. But if you pull out of that fire station at Tripp and Jobson, and you go west, you got an S curve to get to Beltline. If you go north, you got an S curve to get to Town East. If you go east, you got an S curve, and you're going to have a roundabout. That just don't seem to make a whole lot of sense on 2-lane roads. Now, they're there today, and we have to deal with it, and they're not going to change. But if we're going to invest $6 million in a fire station, we ought to make sure it's in the absolutely best location. But anyway, that's what you have. If you read this report, adequate response within a 1.5 mile radii. Well, if you go west, 1.5 gets you into Mesquite. Wonderful. If you go south, gets you into Mesquite. Well, that's not our service area. Now, 1.5 going east gets you down here to Town Hall or to the school. I just don't know that that's the best location for a fire station. Response time, 3.8 minutes. That's 228 seconds. Convenient that prescribed time is 240 seconds. Let me, I'm sure you've read the footnote. It says these times of 3.8 does not take into consideration the following: time of day, traffic control devices, school zones, road conditions, avoiding residential, school, joggers, bikes, or safer, faster, slower routes. So with all of those exceptions, I guess we can meet those times if the call is between maybe midnight and 5 o'clock in the morning, because otherwise, most of those exceptions are going to occur every single time you make a run. Most of them are going to occur every single time you make a run. Now, are we going to use Trip Road? Seems very obvious that why use Trip Road if you're going north? You're going to Stony Creek. I wonder how soon it's going to be before we figure out that Stony Creek Boulevard is the best way to get to Collins Road, especially if we're going north. Because it doesn't have a roundabout. It's 4 lanes. Doesn't have an S-curve. It does have a curve, but it's not an S-curve. It's 4 lanes. Now, I, for one, know what it is to do an S-curve. It's my very first time to drive a fire engine. Remember, I joined the fire department in 1990. My very first time was to come out of the station down at Long Creek and go to Collins Road. Service roads were 2 lane at that point. And I drove that fire truck from that station up to Collins Road. I wasn't running emergency, I was driving, just to test drive it. Well, you know what? I took that S-curve a little faster than you can take that S-curve. And I didn't realize what water does in the back of a fire engine. Now, I know that we've improved all those kinds of things now. And I know our drivers are much more experienced than I was on my first time to drive that engine. But I can tell you, there's a lot of sloshing that goes on and that truck moves. Now, we talk about Highway 80. You ever thought about how we're going to get to Highway 80 from Glacier? True, we may not have to go down Beltline much anymore. Let's go to Highway 80 westbound before you get to Collins. You got to come out of the station, you got to make a 90-degree turn on the Jobson, you got to make a 90-degree turn on the service road. Oh, you got to make 2 more 90-degree turns on Beltline. And then you got to decide whether you're going to go to the service road or up on the service road. It makes a difference. If you want to go eastbound, you got to go all the way to Collins and go eastbound. Westbound. You want to go westbound, you got to go to Collins, get up on the service road if you're this side of Collins. If you're on the other side of Collins, you got to go all the way down to East Fork to get on the highway. Now, if it's eastbound and it's past Collins, or past the East Fork, sorry, I don't have these notes written down, past East Fork and it's eastbound, you got to figure out how you're going to go through the neighborhoods to get to East Fork or all the way to Rebecca Road to come back eastbound. Especially if the turnaround down in Forney, turnaround down in the county is closed. So we've taken a whole lot of time running. That's better than it is today, perhaps, but a whole lot of time running from Glacier. Now, I don't know about the quiet zone. I'm glad to have one. But you know, there's going to be that bell ringing every time that phone rings. There's going to be probably a dispatch, PA, loudspeaker. You're going to come out with horns, you're going to come out sirens. You know, sometimes you're going to have to use them. I know for a fact you can hear the current fire station all the way into the Green Edition. Surprising, but you're probably going to hear this one too. Now, I don't know the impact on me, but not much. You know, I do worry about it for everybody that's a neighbor in there, especially people like Mrs. Picola and Mr. Haranas, who are going to be sitting right directly across the street from it all the time because they don't leave their house. I don't know the impact on the horses. I don't know how they'll react to sirens and horns and bells. We certainly, if we believe there's too many horses there today, this means there's going to be fewer. Not sure what that means for that property. I'll talk to you a little bit about that intersection.
Mr. Wade, can I request you I'd like to have it. We tried, I know the rule we passed, if you're part of the 3 minutes, we've got 60 minutes waiting on the line, so we want to be all
right. Let me just close with this. I won't give you another example. Let me close with this. Our councils over the years have been very, very respectful of neighborhood participation. Very respectful. Some history. When Lupton's Farms was presented to us, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say Lupton Farms. When a significant housing development was presented to us in town, the neighbors objected to it, and it went away. When a resident of this town wanted to take a residential property and turn it into a commercial property, the neighbors objected to it, and it went away. When a certain day school wanted to come in, perfectly legal, to a neighborhood, the residents objected, and it went away. I don't know exactly how many people are objecting to this. I know there's a whole lot of people on Facebook Live. I've talked to a whole bunch of people. The neighbors don't want this at their location for a number of reasons. There are many other locations in the center of town on 4-lane roads or proposed 4-lane roads that make a whole lot more sense with getting there. So I hope that you will take into account the fact that you've moved this into a neighborhood that's been existing for many, many years, and the neighbors object to it, and you treat it the same way you've treated other things through the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With that, appreciate the time comments. I'm going to remind everybody who is going to be participating in the public comments from here onwards, limit to 3 minutes. Ms. Ramsey, can I ask you to keep track of the time? And if it's Zoom, Joseph, remind me, and I will give them a warning after that. We'll mute them. Let me ask you before I go to the callers on the Zoom, is there anyone else from the members of the audience who would like to come and speak to the council? Okay, no one is coming forward, so I'm assuming, Joseph, we have a long list. I heard 60 people.
Yeah, we have a long list of attendees, but we only have one hand raised at the moment.
Okay, so if you are here tonight, if you want to speak to the council about this site location, I'm going to ask that you raise your hand using a Zoom. Joseph, I'm going to ask you to go from the top. Who is raised? Can you give out the name? Can you read the name?
Yes, I'm going to mute Don. Excuse me. Your last name is, you'll have to pronounce, but it starts with a G. I'm going to allow you to speak.
When you speak, would you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Dawn Giracco. My address is 388 Mitchell Drive. And I just have a few questions. I understand that there's a 3-minute timetable. When the town purchased the Glacier Tract, is there a record of the town's intention for that land at the time of purchase? And were there requirements built into that purchase? And I would ask the same thing about Jobson Park, since that's a more recent purchase.
I'm sure Ms. Brenda will say this is not a discussion item, correct? Is that, Mr. Tony? How would you address that?
It's hard for me to have the questions. I need to kind of know that before I proceed.
Ma'am, would you let me respond?
Yes.
Mayor, because of the format that we're forced to use, I believe it is appropriate during public comment if there are questions asked of staff to give those responses now that may inform other decisions or other comments.
Okay, so if the staff knows the answer, please answer.
So I can only share what I do know, which is I've only been here 1.5 years, so I wasn't here at the time of purchase. I think some of you were on council at that time, but I have been corresponding with the former assistant city manager who also served as the interim city manager. And I asked that specific question, if there was anything that she recalled at the time that said, we're committed that this is going to be the sole and only use. And she said she had no knowledge that any, commitment had been made to that effect. But again, that's just one person's recollection. On the Jobson Park, I know that there is no commitment that it would be used for a particular purchase, but as we noted in our last meeting, if we use it for a purpose that is other than a park type of purchase, we do have to incur a cost to purchase it back from the 4B. And I did note that on your scoring matrix, that cost was allocated there. Although I think we went on the high side because it doesn't account for that it would only be a portion of the property. And, at some point we would have to address that, but I did account for that in your scoring matrix. So that's the information I'm able to share with you on that subject.
Did that answer your question, ma'am?
It answers some of it. I guess my next question is, I know that the guy from Komatsu said that that everything was to scale, but it certainly doesn't look like the Glacier Park version of the map had the fire station at the same scale based on Jobson. I live across the street from Jobson, from the park, from the baseball diamond, approximately at Mitchell and Tavener. And it looks to me like that the fire station would be larger. And for the record, I'm opposed to both sites. And I agree with the gentleman who spoke previous to me that this fire station belongs on a four-lane street. It does not belong in the middle of a neighborhood, either one of them. And again, I believe that the bulk of the reason that people have moved out here is to be out of the middle of the city and in the country. And the horse pasture, the park in front of the house with, the baseball diamond and the soccer fields are a part of that. And that's why so many people have purchased their property in that area. And to turn around and move that without I realized that, I was in on the other meetings, that Town Hall was a part of it. Collins was a part of the consideration, but for the gentleman prior to me's comments, we can all put together numbers that can look a million different ways. And I realized that the architects are trying to get this done, approved, and moved through the system. But for the record, I don't believe either of these locations are appropriate. And I do believe it belongs on a four-way highway. And I do believe that Glacier Park and Jobson and Tripp, it is a very busy, I go to work that day every day. So, and I think that you should check that scale because I don't believe that the Jobson Park scale is correct, for the record.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the comments. Joseph, anyone else raising the hands?
Yes, we have additional hands. I'm going to unmute Jonathan L. Please state your name.
Jonathan, if you could state your name again. Jonathan, please stay within the 3 minutes time limit.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for taking my call. Can you hear me just fine?
Yes.
Okay. So my name is Jonathan Lozano, and I live at 310 Ashley, which is actually right next door to the Jobson Park station. I understand people would like to have the station at a whole different location than these two, but with the options that are given to us, I completely oppose Jobson Park for obvious reasons that it's right next door to my house. But other than that, with the reasons that were shown during the fire chief's presentation, visibility and limited access and the narrow roads of Jobson, are just too risky and too dangerous to have fire trucks and ambulances going up and down that road when you can only see so far because of the tree line and the curves. Of course, with these two locations, Glacier just seems to make the most sense, has more access to more of the town, quicker response times. And I understand people don't want either location, but with the options that are given and we have to choose, I have to say that I vote for Glacier for the obvious reasons. And I just wanted to give my opinion and my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lozano. Joseph, anyone else raising their hands?
Yes, one more. Now two more. Valerie R. I'm going to allow you to talk.
Good evening, Valerie. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Valerie Rauch, and I live at 367 Tavener Lane. Like the gentleman just before me, if you take a look at where this fire station is at Jobson, and I know that the fire chief and the consultant indicated that it won't affect people because a lot of these houses, their backyards face Jobson. But if you think about it, almost all of these houses will have their master bedroom in the back of the house. Very few of these masters are in the front of the house. So, and with the limited quiet zone that they would have here because of the topography of the area, especially that blind curve off of Jobson, this is just a really bad idea to put it in this position. I understand too that the one on Glacier may not also be the best choice, but for this one, you're putting a smack dab into a subdivision that is still being built. The backside of Stony Creek they're still building there. So you're putting a firehouse into a spot where people have just bought these houses. You know, we've lived here 3 years, and like the woman who lives on Mitchell says, we bought this because of what we had. I look out my front window in my office and I see this park right across the street from my house. And you know, I understand nobody wants it in their backyard. I get that. I understand that. But with the area that this is in and how many houses are in this is a densely populated area of Sunnyvale that you're looking to put this in. And, you know, you look at the gentleman just before me, it's literally across the greenway from his house. And a lot of these, it's, you know, how many houses could you throw a stone at and hit from this fire station? The ones with Glacier, they have much larger front yards compared to us. We tend to have larger backyards than front yards here. And I just like the other gentleman said, I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Ms. Valerie. Appreciate your
Thank
comment.
you.
Yes, ma'am. Joseph, who is next?
Okay, thank you. The next person is Ashley. I'm going to allow you to speak. Please.
Good evening, Ashley. Would you state your name and address for the record, please? Ashley?
Ashley, please make sure you unmute your microphone.
There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Ashley, go and state your name and address for the record, please.
Ashley Barnware, 347 Taverner Lane.
Good evening.
I'd like to agree with the previous caller that neither location is ideal for the fire station. Sunnyvale residents, I feel, have moved to the area because of the quiet area. If it's down to the 2 locations and there's no going back, I agree that Glacier would be a better location. Most importantly, because of the response times to the fire department, we want to keep our fire department happy, which I feel like they think Glacier would be the better site. Also, I agree that the drawing at Jobson is still not drawn to scale. I had seen that it could take up 2 to 3 acres, which would be almost 1/3 of the empty field. Also, I felt if built in Jobson Park, more houses would be affected with possible negative property values, my own included. Glacier site is obviously an easy access to any direction, north, south, east, or west. And lastly, I would like to say that I have not heard in this town meeting about the $200,000 obligation that would be taken out of the total of the new firehouse, would have to be paid to 4B. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ashley. Thanks for making your comments. Appreciate it. Jonathan, anyone else?
Next person is Robert White.
Robert White?
Hi, can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, excellent.
Take your name and address.
Sure, Robert White, 325 Wynn Road. we're not far from the Jobson location there. And I would agree with the individuals in front of me that if most folks around here, and I would assume in Stony Creek across the way, were forced to kind of pick between the Jobson location and the Glacier location, I think they would obviously opt for the Glacier location. I think a number of us in this area are generally, though, disappointed that this is the board and the town's result of time and money and consulting fees spent on another public service item and just given options that are really not palatable. I don't think anybody here would be in favor of the Glacier location other than the fact that it's not the Jobson location. Again, you're on a single lane road. You're on roads that probably in a few years would need to be repaved from fire truck traffic. We've spent time building a little bit more of a robust town center and developing the infrastructure around Collins and around US 80. I do understand the response time issue. I think a lot of people would be willing to give up a minute or so in response time to not have to have fire trucks and ambulances blazing down their street in the middle of the night. But again, I think there's just a lot of disappointment that as open as our town remains, and as important as this is for not just the next year of our town, but for the next 30 years, there's just a lot of disappointment that these were the two options that were presented and nothing else was devised.
Thank you, Mr. White, for your comments. Appreciate it. Joseph, anyone else?
Someone by the name of Willis. I'm going to allow you to talk.
Good evening, Willis. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, good evening. Vincent Willis. I'm at 308 East Trip Road.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, Willis, we can hear you. Go ahead. Willis?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Willis, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'd like to just also express my disappointment in the two locations that are being presented. I do live close to the Glacier Park location. As a homeowner here, of course, I'm concerned. But my concern about Trip Road, not only is it a 2-lane that I live on, but there are no shoulders on Trip Road. And I'm not sure about all of Jobson, but I just can't imagine fire department traffic being on these roads. Would they be widened? Would a traffic light be installed? I didn't see any of that in the agenda item report. So I just present that as a question to you. And then again, just wish that we had more options, might be 4-lane roads. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Willis. Appreciate you. Joseph, anyone else?
No more hands raised.
Okay, this is the time for public comments. If calling using Zoom wants to speak to the council on this agenda item, please raise your hand and we will unmute you and allow you to make your comments.
There's a new hand raised. James.
Good evening, James. You are unmuted now. You may speak.
Please state your name, James, and your address.
James, can you hear us? James? Is he unmuted?
He's unmuted on this end.
James, make sure that you unmute your phone before you speak. James? Okay, Joseph, anyone else?
He said he has to figure out his sound in the chat. He said he'll raise his hand again soon. There are no more hands raised at this time.
Okay. No more hands raised. Again, this is the opportunity, this is the time for members of the audience either calling in via Zoom or in person here to speak to the council on the fire department location. Agenda item 7. Any new hands raised?
No hands raised at this time.
Is James able to figure out?
He said he would post his comment in the chat.
Okay, sounds good. So how do we address the chat? Does that go to Tony or? Okay. James, please post your comments and that'll go to the attorney and we'll go from there. Okay, if there are no other comments on this topic, I'm going to close the public comments. Council, I'm going to open up for questions and discussions. Do you want Les back here?
Mayor, can we take a break before we start talking? Can we take a break before we start talking? We've been here for 2.5 hours.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Now time is 9:05. We are going to adjourn the meeting. Is that right? Just get a recess. I'm sorry. Going to take recess the meeting at So, Rachel? Now time is 9:17. We are going to reconvene into a regular session. Council, I'm going to reopen back the public comments because I was told that some folks raised their hand, but unfortunately we are unable to connect. So if there is anyone else who have raised their hand, this will be the time for you to speak.
Yes, we have two hands raised at the moment.
Okay.
The first person is Trent Mackey. I'm going to allow you to talk.
Okay. Good evening, Trent.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Thank you for letting me speak. New to the technology.
So can you get maybe a bit closer to the mic? A little bit harder to hear.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Yes, sir.
My name's Trent Mackey. I live at 132 Jobson Road. I first moved to Sunnyvale in 1974. 1980, as an 18-year-old, I joined Sunnyvale Fire Department. I gave approximately 26 years with the department, and the positions over the years early on started as a captain and training officer. And then later, ended my tenure the last 6-7 years as a interim fire chief. Took the department from a volunteer fire chief to a career fire chief, and then subsequently ended up staying and being an assistant chief for 3 years after. And then I was asked to come back as an interim chief again, and was there for about 18 months. So at the background, one of the last things I was trying to accomplish when I left, the fire department had been left behind. The equipment was failing. It was poor condition, sort of like the fire station. It's old. Should have been replaced years ago. In fact, it should have never been put at town or tower place in the first place because of times. We've always talked about times. Poor location to serve the community as a whole. So when I was getting ready to leave, one of the things I was trying to get accomplished was get money to be put towards the use of a consultant to provide us a master plan for our fire department and for the future of the town. But you know, I love Sunnyvale. It's the best place ever. It's a great place for me to grow up, and for my kids as well. And I love the community, and the community deserves the best. And I know that's what y'all want to do. And I appreciate the fact that this council's been able to get us to the point so quickly to get a new fire station that's so deserved, and to get our folks out of a firehouse where they're still sucking up diesel exhaust. It's just not right. We should provide our employees the best that we can offer because they give us their best. So with that said, I want to read something. So station location development study. It's to determine the location for the new fire station or the relocation of an existing facility are decisions that last for decades. The prudent use of public resources requires the fire service leaders make these choices using the best information possible. The facility's location development plan is a comprehensive assessment of current emergency services and response workload for the organization. It includes a historical review, not 6 months, not 3 years, typically 5 years, as well as an analysis of the future community growth, density. Where is it going to be? I haven't seen that in anything that's been provided to me so far. As it affects the organization's potentials to work, response, and workload. The study is performed by professionals experienced in all aspects of government, including fire services, community development, finances, city administrations. The process is comprehensive in scope.
Chief Mackey?
Yes, sir.
So it's 3 minutes up. You think you can wrap it up in the next 30 seconds?
I'm going to do my best.
Yes, sir.
We've missed a step in this in getting our new fire station. And the first step was doing a master plan. There's no information that I have been provided by council or by the town manager that shows that we had a consultant that told us where any property would be that would be best. I don't know if Glacier's the best place or not. It could be. I don't think, based on the information that we've been provided, that it is, because are we supposed to be having one new fire station as a central station? Or are we going to be having two? Or are we going to be having three? So if we're going to have two or three more, where's going to be the best location for this first one? Where is the future growth? The map that was provided with the circles, where Glacier is, it only covers 66% of our community. The rest is the city of Dallas Park.
Thank you, Chief.
So I encourage you to let this not be the last step in our choice. Go back and take the first choice, which should have been a master plan in the first place for our community for years to come. That's the right thing to do. I ask that you do it. But at the same time, I appreciate all the service. I appreciate us getting this far. Fire station has been deserved for years. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for your service for several years and in various capacities. We remember you fondly, and thank you very much for everything you did. Joseph, anyone else?
Yes, the next person is James Barta.
Good evening, James.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Okay.
go and state your name and address for the record, please, and also try to limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Absolutely. This is James Barta at 302 East Trip Road. I want to reiterate on what Mr. Webb had said early on in the meeting, and then also our last caller here. So I'm not sure, I couldn't quite tell if this meeting is a meeting that we're, you guys are making a vote on what site location to go at with, but based upon the information that's kind of been given to the public, it's not very much to go on. It's a very easy way to make numbers look like you want them to look, or the lack thereof of numbers. I noticed in the last meeting, we talked about how we were grading sites on a scale of scoring, and the Jobson location got a 5 out of 10 because we don't own the land. It was $200,000 cost. Yet the Glacier site was got a 9 out of 10 based upon the land, despite the fact that we had an initial estimate of $400,000 to $600,000. So why $200,000 would be 5 points off and $400,000 to $600,000 would be 1 point off just doesn't make sense. We also don't know about the response times on here. We have a nice little map, heat map, response times for a 1.5 mile radius response times, but it's not an actual GIS study that's being done. That was done. Don't know about the response times as far as actual roads go, rather than firefighters having to fly to the locations. So just because it's close to something doesn't mean it's close to something according to the road. So there's a lot of unanswered questions on that. And with the Glacier location, both locations just do not seem like very good locations. But the Glacier location being right next to a floodplain, without a geotech a report on there, there's no way anybody could ever or should ever make a judgment call on whether or not to go on that land, because 400 to 600,000 seems like a bit low. The elevation of the land below Trip Road and below Jobson Road at that point, everybody knows it dips. So immediately next to the road, there's a 3-foot dip. Further out in the field, where we're talking about putting the actual firehouse, that's according to the map provided today, that's a 6-foot dip. So that's a lot of land to bring in to fill. That has to be properly prepped and injected with concrete to make sure there's no shifting, no flotation or collateral movement on it. So my biggest worry on the Glacier location is really we just don't know what we're getting into, and it just has the potential to be a massive money pit. That's just not going to serve our community purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Joseph, anyone else raising their hands?
Justin Jacob.
Good evening, Justin Jacob. Justin, can you hear us?
That person is no longer with us.
Anyone else?
Okay, he's raising his hand again. Let me try again.
Justin, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. Thank you for your time. I know it's running late. For the record, I'm sorry, my name is Justin Jacob and I live at 322 Wynn Road. For the record, I am against the Jobson proposal. Just living right by there, I see the amount of traffic that goes through that, especially with as many people have mentioned, the blind curve that's there, especially with the line of sight. My question or more clarification that I wanted to get was the engineer from Komatsu or the consultant from Komatsu and the fire chief had mentioned about quiet zones. I just want a little bit more clarification. Is that a certain distance from each location? Is it, half a mile, 2 miles? And is that for certain time periods, or is that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Justin. Anyone else, Joseph?
I don't see anyone else.
Okay, no one else is raising their hands, so I'm going to close the public comments. Council, I'm going to open up for council discussions. And Mr. Freeman, you wanted to speak first. Mr. Freeman, thank you, yours.
Excellent. Can you hear me? Because if not, I can call in on a phone number.
We can hear you.
Okay. So I've been talking to a lot of citizens over the last, let's call it a week and a half, when I knew this vote was coming up, and it was absolutely surprising to me what I was hearing from everyone out there. And I think tonight we heard a great deal of it. I figured that nobody would want this in their neighborhood, which, of course, everyone I talked to around the Trip area didn't want in their neighborhood. Everyone in the other neighborhood didn't want in their neighborhood, but it also kind of surprised me when I would listen to them talk and say that it shouldn't go in either. We as a council decided to basically narrow this down to 2 options. There was a third option that was out there that I think addresses that concern very well. I was looking at some of the information provided tonight, the heat map, the wrecks, all the areas that firemen have to service. That other location also is closer to 4 or 5 of the red zones that they showed. It's also closer to the 80 corridor where we're seeing the wrecks. And it is also close to a 4-lane road. So as I was having these conversations, and I mean, I'll be the first to admit, I'm the one who made the motion for both of these locations. As I was talking to citizens, it just seemed like I got it wrong, and we as a council got it wrong narrowing it to these 2. I know there's been a lot of work that have gone into these 2, and I'm not saying that one of these 2 might still not end up being the one that's chosen. But I really think that we would do the town a disservice if we did not go back and look at the site next to Town Hall, simply because it addresses a lot of these concerns that citizens have had tonight. And also, like I said, it's not that it is a bad option either. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Like I said, I've been having kind of a change of heart on this. And I'd reached out to a couple of you guys to talk it through. And I wanted to go kind of throw that out and see if see what kind of everyone's thoughts were, especially given the comments tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Mr. Eldred, since you called in Zoom, do you have any comments to make at this time?
Yeah, I really want to. I'll second what Councilman Freeman was talking about. I agree. I was the one who voted no on these 2 sites. So I felt like we were leaving out one that I think was a really good option. I love what Mr. Freeman said, right? It's closer to 80 corridor, right? It's land we already have. I understand that it may have some issues in terms of bringing fill dirt in, some other options, but these other 2 also have their own, hangups, some things we got to do to make them prep ready, right? So I think we're definitely doing ourselves a service not to even look into it, right? We need to evaluate it, right? So I'm with Jonathan on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Eldred. After that, I'm going to open up for council comments or questions. In the chamber, if you have any questions for the consultant or chief, you may ask that. Ms. Allen. Okay, and Mr. Pitts.
So I'd like to start by asking the chief to come back up a few questions that came up, chief, and I would like
Chief, would you come forward?
just get some clarification on, from your perspective. Obviously, I don't drive fire trucks and I'm not in the business of doing that. And so I kind of want to get your thoughts and comments on some of the things we've heard tonight as far as road shifting and intersections and response times and how does traffic interact with this. And so you've heard the comments as well as we have. We've spent money, we've already had studies done. You guys have done studies, and I understand that people don't want it in their backyard, but I think our job is to evaluate based on the information we have and make the best decision. So I'd like, from your perspective as the expert on these matters, to give us some perspective on some of the comments you've heard.
There's trucks and trailers up and down the roads now. Obviously, I'm fully aware of, conditions of roads and such. Fire trucks, we go at different roads as the dump trucks and that sort of thing. So, it's always a challenge in a town to maintain roads as far as the weight of the trucks and stuff like that. The comments of no shoulders, well, we have been responding in this community, and knock on wood, we've not really had any close calls or running anybody off the road or that sort of thing because of the width of the roads. We do caution, but 4-lane roads, there's not any 4-lane roads to speak of other than the Collins and being developed as we are. But then yet Collins is not going to build at one time, is my understanding. So for any other location, there's 2-lane roads, and those are things that we do have to work with. Where our movement is now, it's a one street that is very narrow. And we've had trucks block the street in case they're, getting turned around or just if something was to ever happen. That's a bad place as far as on Tower Street. But traffic, for us, traffic, like I said, we do our routing as the best we can every day. As I've heard the discussing of the times and the routing, all routes change. Just with even the construction of Collins Road, we've had to make notes on our responses because the intersection is going to be closed down either at Trip or East Trip. So, we have to do just what is intentionally by construction, that we have to change our routes. We can't control the roads as well, but yet we do our best to maintain the roads, especially with the traffic and such as we have.
Okay, thanks, Chief. One quick question. I assume when you did your response time study, you did it under current conditions, meaning we had to go through traffic lights, we had to suffer all the things that you would normally suffer during a normal response. Is that right?
Yeah, when we did that, Peggy and I went through that a lot. We did them, and then we realized that, the next day we went and did it through, Google Maps and routing and that sort of thing. So we decided that to be a lot more accurate, we did it at the same time of day doing that because they do encourage, or they do interpret the traffic blockage routes and things like that. So that's where we zoomed in on getting it more consistent at the time of day in those routes to those locations.
And were these analyses based on one trip, or did you make multiple trips and get an average?
Multiple trips based on our timing that we were seeing. As the gentleman tonight said, yeah, you can make numbers look however they want to look, but we wanted to be more consistent when we wrote those times down because of that discussion that we would possibly have, within the community. Well, when was that time done, or so forth and so on. So we did them as equal for any of the locations that we had at the time we were doing the responses with.
So you did it as an average, a mean of numbers of attempts, right? So you picked a location and you drove to it several times during the same time of day to get a mean, or you just did it once and that was it?
No, we just did it through the mapping because there you are. You know, if you drive it, you're going to drive normal speed limit. With a fire truck, you know, you go through a little bit more faster. And plus you run through those stop signs and things like that. So you can't normally just drive a vehicle and do it the stop signs and that sort of thing. So the best way to do it is what it takes to go from point A to point B.
And you said through mapping. So is it, and again, I'm trying to learn what your process
Right.
was. So you would map these response times, or we actually drove these response
We
times?
mapped them.
We mapped them. So we used a mapping program and we estimated response times based on a mapping.
We based that information that we got from the mapping for those locations. We didn't guess it, and we got what the mapping occurred. At that same time of the day, we went through all those locations at the same time of day.
And so I hate to keep going on this point, but this is critical because we're making our decision based on, you know, some of these response times. We've indicated this is important, right? And so I don't mean to belabor this, but I want to understand. And so when you did your response times, this was based on a mapping program that estimated the amount of time it would take for a vehicle to travel from point A to point B.
That's correct.
Okay. Is this a standard? You said you've done some consulting in the past. Is this a standard for the industry?
Nowadays, with the applications that we have, it used to be that you literally physically drove them.
Right.
But now with the applications that we have, it's, you know, it's just like as was mentioned earlier, you know, the 1.5 mile radius, you know, 1.5 miles as a crow flies, that does make it look to be a large area. But at the same time, we were trying to get that same 1.5 mile radius for those locations being in the center.
Yes, sir.
Mayor,
Mr. Allen?
Chief, I have a couple questions for you. The first one Ron answered, asked you already with the measured times. The second one, as I go through all the list of things that people mentioned and referenced, most of that stuff has been addressed in previous meetings, costs, purchases, evaluations. I hadn't seen anything that we didn't look at already. And we ended up where we are now. But could you address the quiet zones? That's the one thing that I have a question on. And I'm sure some of the citizens, they've asked that already. Could you define that, and how would you run the quiet zones? Is that a policy that the town is going to implement, or is that just a rule of thumb? Can you just elaborate on the quiet zone and how that's going to be applied a little bit?
It'll be a directive coming from me on the responses coming out of the station, where lights, well, you'll have lights, but you will not have to activate your sirens. Once you pull out on the apron, you'll check your directions and so forth and so on. And, you know, vehicles will, you know, sirens and lights is asking to yield, not giving us permission to run by them, if you will. So we'll pull out on the apron with just our lights on, asking for permission to go ahead and get on the road and do our routing. You know, a lot of times we don't run sirens now. In the quiet zone, is kind of a terminology that we came up to during these discussions was, you know, as I said earlier in my presentation, a lot of the community is always going, oh my gosh, it's the noise, you know, we're going to hear sirens and that sort of thing. But for us establishing a quiet zone, I doubt very seriously that a lot of the sirens would be activated further down, would be activated further down the road as we got into more of the traffic concerns, like approaching Collins Road, for instance, or Beltline. Because a lot of times we don't run the sirens that much as we respond now. Especially, you know, at 2 or 3 o'clock in the night, we don't turn on our sirens. So that would be our quiet zones around the stations and the routing of where this location may be. As I said before, if it's on Jobson, for using an example, we would probably initiate a siren sooner because of the fact is of the side streets, the blind corners, and people kind of doing those rolling stops, you know, to get on Jobson. So we'd want to make sure that our warning devices are in play.
This is probably more of an architectural question, but You can probably answer that. There was a question about dirt soil, moving soil. I'm sure that's all been addressed appropriately in the bidding and the architect. I just want to get a verbal that we didn't leave that question unanswered. I was pretty sure that we've done that, but there's no, we've already done the geo, we've done the soils, we've done,
No, sir.
no, we have not.
No,
Can
that's
we,
in the next step. And so, I mean, I think that's an important point that whatever, we started out with 7 locations, we narrowed down to 2, then we would pick the top one, and then that level of assessment would be done. So there's assumptions being made on the soil, but we would do geotech in the next phase of the process.
have we anticipated any potential issues, financially with the geotech and soils? Is there anything that causes concerns above what we've addressed in these reports?
It would be based on.
Maybe a question for Les. Is that right? Okay.
It's a, I mean, I can let Charlie Kern from that address it. But the thing that we were doing is Charlie may come up here. Those are all based on site locations. And as far as we want you to, spend your money on this side or that side, this side. That's where we're trying to get into the Zoom. And some of these sites were obviously, pretty challenging. So I'll let Charlie address it.
So Chief, before you get off on that, let me ask.
Yes, sir.
Quite from which Mr. Allen asked. There's a question about or comment about, I know the vehicle alarm, I understand the ambulance and the truck, I got it, right? That's a quiet zone you talked about. They talked about bells ringing, radios, noise, and all of them. How do we address that issue, especially in the nighttime?
Well, again, those are things that I have had to address in the past. By technology now, a lot of stuff, the bells is tones within the station now. We have it on our phones, our tones. So it's not necessarily a broadcasting. I mean, we try to set up an outdoor speaker just for when the guys are out training at the current facility. We had some discussions of folks going like, hey, we hear you every night, all night. But we eliminated that really quick because that was something that we certainly don't want to be disturbing in those manners. So really, that's not an issue as far as our alerting system, if you will. So
I want to tag on to that. Let's head that down to mention as well. And, wherever we build a fire station, someone's going to be impacted. But if it's across the street from me, I'd want to know, am I going to hear that loudspeaker and that siren all that long? So what I'm hearing you saying is, no, that's eliminated now, that's not something that, if it was across the street from me, I'd hear all the time. Is that right?
Yes,
sir. Thank you.
I have a question for Chief.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Charlie.
So this kind of tags on along to what they're asking. Have there been complaints from the current neighbors of the current fire station?
Yes, sir.
And have those all been addressed?
Yes, sir. As much as possible. We're in a very vulnerable blind spot with the traffic coming off the hill on Town East toward Tower Street. And so they usually do hit the siren at that intersect on Town East and Tower. Simply the fact the cars are coming so fast down there. I mean, you just basically have to peek around the hedges, So yes, the Kearneys have asked, hey, can we kind of tone it down a little bit? And we do. And of course, again, it's all about the time of day that we're in the traffic. So.
Right. Okay. Now, another question, going back to this quiet zone, what would you envision the quiet zone being for Glacier, and then what do you envision the quiet zone being for Jobson?
Well, there's perspective would be, it would be a lot quieter at Glacier than it would be at Jobson because of, like I said earlier, with the intersecting streets coming off of Jobson, the blind corners and that sort of thing. Glacier is a lot more open peripheral that you can see whether there are cars coming or not. We certainly don't want to create, it's not like we're going to see a car coming going like where they're going to stop. We're very cautious. We stop at all stop signs and traffic lights the best we can, but that's just something nowadays that the fire services experience.
Mm-hmm.
So we're very cautious of pulling out and seeing where we're at, see where the cars are coming, And then, like I said, the general public is very accommodating, you know, with the lights. I mean, I can drive down the road with just my lights on, and you know, they'll yield, you know, the best they can.
Right, okay. And then what about the horses? You know, obviously that's a consideration thought about Glacier a lot. How do the horses play into to the lights and sirens and the quiet zone?
Well, I can speak from my experience running lights down Jobson or down Trip, going across town. The horses don't seem to jump over the fence over it. You know, I haven't seen it where it bothers them in my vehicle as I'm running, you know, lights and sirens. So you know, but again, the quiet zone as we're trying to do, you know, blasting horns in their backyard, as we say with the horses. You know, that's where we would have a little attention paid.
Thank you.
Chief, I have another question for you.
Yes, sir.
How many runs on the average a day do you make?
About a month. Can you go on a month?
Take the month and divide it by 30. So what's a month?
With the COVID, we've actually slowed down a little bit, but usually we were hitting about 70, 75 calls a month.
So we're at, if you divide that by 30, we're 2.5 to 3 a day on the average.
Yes, sir.
I think one of the things that, if I was living across from the fire station, like, how many times you run it? 10 times a day? So what I'm hearing you say is 3 or less a day is the average. Could be 4, but it could be 1. So we're looking at 2.5 to 3 on the average. And that's not the COVID numbers. That's pre-COVID, right? You were running 75 a month.
Yeah, we were definitely at those numbers. But that's also the time of day. You know, our 4 or 5 number may be all at night. See, so there's so much variation when we talk about, you know, the time of day, the response times and things like that. You know, as Mayor Pro Tem noticed, you know, mentioned, you know, the routing, you know, well, it's a whole lot different during the night and during the day as well. So there's a lot of variables there.
Do you run an engine every time you run the EMS, or is that dependent upon the call?
Depending on the call. Depending on the call.
So we're running EMS quite frequently compared to the truck. Is that right? I think we asked that
Correct.
question before.
That's correct. A lot of emphasis, we look at the type of calls in medical and the manpower. You know, this is a typical unconscious person, heart attack, strokes. People may be trapped or we'll roll the engine. The theory behind that is we certainly don't want to wear out the big engine when we can just, you know, use the ambulance to make the calls. But with this COVID thing, it's really made us very cautious. So typically the ambulance will roll, but a lot of times based on the call, the engine will roll as well.
So I'm actually getting to a point eventually. Most of our calls are for EMS.
Yes, sir.
Is that a true statement?
Yes, sir.
If we were to entertain moving the fire station to a point 1.5 miles further, and I think you said originally that EMS is 4 minutes for life or death for oxygen or wherever the case may be. And let's say we're 3 to 4 minutes now, but we move 1.5 miles away, and all it would depend on where that location might be, regardless of what would be the time response for another 1.5 minutes in life or death. And I'm thinking about some of the areas in the nursing home facilities. I'm thinking about some of the areas further away. If we would move it on Barnes Bridge, can you give me an estimate on what the impact is going to be if we were to move that 1.5 miles away from those very specific locations, from, let's say, Kearney toward Barnes Bridge toward 67?
A response as far as a medical response goes, or a backup?
Sure. Let's do a medical response from the corner at 80 up here to Barnes Bridge. What's the difference in life or death and that time difference from where we would be if we put it on job site Glacier?
Our calls, as we showed on our presentation, when we go on the other side of 80, we're in the 7-8 minutes. So that's from Tower Street to the responses over there off of 80. Now, let me say this, in doing our growth, if you will, we're able to take advantage of getting more equipment through this COVID. My plan is to also put paramedic supplies on the engine. because if the ambulance does roll out, that's my biggest challenge is running either a second ambulance. But if the engine's out on a call with the ambulance and they get another medical call, we're stuck unless we can respond to the engine, and the engine will have the medical devices on the engine to take care of the medical situation and they get a second call on.
So according to the chart here, it has to be a typo here, but Glazier and Jobson both is a 7-minute response to Barnes Bridge. Let's just assume that it is 7 minutes. I would think it's probably 7 to 6. But if we were to move it a mile and a half away, we're talking about adding a minute and a half roughly based on the rest of these numbers to 2 minutes to a call the same distance to Barnes Bridge. We just went beyond the 8 minutes of sustainable life past oxygen. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One last question. I asked you this question last time we met, and so the question is still the same. Money's not a problem, assuming. Location's not a problem. Of all the ones we've talked about, all the stuff that's been talked about tonight and today and on these charts, what is your number one preference? Money not being a problem, what's your number one preference is your expert opinion as to where we should locate this thing?
Out of the locations that we worked through to get to this point, Glazier.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I have, Mayor.
Do we need to get technical questions, right?
Yeah.
Chief, we may call you back here in a second, but.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yes, sir. So just state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, good evening. I'm Charlie Kearns with Komatsu Architecture. And to address the structural issue on the soils, we assumed based off this facility and just kind of some general knowledge, working with our civil engineer, and also in kind of general fire station, firehouse construction, that we would need to use a structural slab and piers like this building's on anyway. About half of the station, a third of the station is in the apparatus bay, heavy equipment. So that is generally a structural slab on piers anyway. And if you're doing that type of construction and the soil is even questionable at all, we go ahead and put the rest of the facility on it just to keep it all stable. But all the sites were assumed worst case. So Jobson, even before we narrowed these down to these two, we went ahead and assumed the worst case of a structural slab and piers just to kind of give us an even playing field, because our direction was not to delve deeper into the cost of the geotech, as long as we kind of could come up with a level playing field of presenting you with those options first. And then once the selection was made, obviously the next step would be more of a confirmation, actual geotechnical study, and whatever the foundation design was required for those soils. So that's why when you see like more fill at Jobson or less fill at Glazier or whatever the issue was, that fill is just a surface paving fill, not a structural slab fill. So it's not a injected, turned over, prep soil. It's a different type of fill. It's literally to raise the level, not to support the building. So just wanted to clarify.
So let me simplify that for me, because I'm not an architect. I hear you say that basically all 3 locations, the cost, because you're putting piers, is going to be generally the same. That's not what you said, but I'm trying to surmise that if you're going to do the worst case scenario in the evaluation, you're going to put piers at all the locations, potential, then the actual cost would be about the same no matter where we put it.
Right. For this phase of looking at these structures, because we do have knowledge of this facility, and we do have general knowledge of other construction in the area through our civil engineers and just checking other construction in the town of Sunnyvale. The soil here is not very conducive to anything but a structural system for the weight of the facility, and it's just, there's a lot of things that move here. And so we just, worst case, to get to this point of apples to apples, we assumed the worst case on those, and then we would go to the next step to actually look. Nothing's guaranteed, but it's probably a pretty good bet that regardless of which site you pick, there's going to be some level of structural slab done. It's just, like I said, between the weight of the apparatus in the bay, which is generally a structural slab regardless, and the soil conditions we're seeing in this facility here in the general area, it's going to require some kind of structural system.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Charlie, can you hang on for a second? Again, I know, I just want to ask a very simple, plain question. One of the comments we heard from the citizens is with the glacier track, and obviously Jobson you talked about, we don't know what we're getting into. This could be a lot of issues, right? So again, you're an architecture firm, you got enough technical resources you tapped into to understand. You didn't do all the engineering analysis and the geotech studies here. I got that. But can you give us some assurance that this is not really I don't have it's not a deep bottom, expense coming up. It's really, we know what's coming up, and it's conservative enough in my opinion.
Right. So let me, and I apologize if I'm not answering this.
You are answering it, but I'm asking this question in a different way because that question.
So if you think of, even though we talk about, for example, Jobson's 510, which that hill has actually been cleaned to, let's say 506 to 498 at the intersection. And Glacier has got about 7 or 8 feet in the opposite direction, not along Jobson, but along Trip. Those are relatively flat sites in the construction architectural world. So all that dirt or fill that's brought in, cut and fill, is really just to level, to bring the site up for drainage purposes. It's not for structural support of the facility. So that's how we just, between those two sites. Now, if one of the sites had a 100-foot difference in drop over, the 700 or 300 feet across the site, then that's a legitimate cost issue to bring that site to usable status. Both of these sites, even though there's 10 foot and 6 foot of different variation topography on them, they're still relatively flat sites in the architectural construction world because the structural slab or the structural piers and stuff that has to be done to support the building is below grade regardless. We're just moving that dirt to make the drainage, the parking lots and all the accessibility and handicap ramps and all that stuff work. It doesn't affect the structural ability of the soil regardless either place. That's why the costing was just given an equal measure on both sites. There's no rabbit hole to go down on Glacier versus Jobson or vice versa. They're pretty equal sites, assuming structural support on both of them.
Excuse me, sir, I've got a question for you as well. Can you hear me?
That was the question, Charlie. I don't know, you are, that's maybe the right question. It's a question about drawings drawn to the scale or not. I know that Mr. Egan asked the question earlier. Can you give us that assurance?
We just looked at them again, and everything we have to scale off of, they show to be correct.
Both the Jobson part.
Jobson and Glacier, yes, sir. I apologize for the appearance. I don't know if, like I said, if it's the shadow lines off the ridges of the houses or what. But you've got some 4,000 or 5,000 square foot houses with porch ridges on them versus a 12,000 station. It doesn't take much, it's a visual thing, I believe. But they do scale out.
I just want to get that on record. That's all. Mr. Egan?
And Mayor, I just want to quickly comment to that because we did talk momentarily during the break. Yeah, they are scaled. It's just to look at it. You look at the scaling that's on the bottom of the page. You look at the pictures, they are scaled.
I have another question. Can you hear me?
Who is that again?
It's Jonathan.
Mr. Freeman, go ahead.
So we're talking about bringing fill into Glacier, and I think what I saw was like 4,000 cubic yards of additional dirt that's going to need to be brought in. The area to the west of that is already a flood zone. In hard rains, water goes from those areas and goes directly into the properties around there. My question is that when we put 4,000 cubic yards of dirt on that spot, is it not going to make the flooding that already exists downstream worse? Because you're saying you're keeping it level, not for structure, but to remove water from that site. And my guess is when you're removing water from that site, you are sending it away from the area. So it's going to go either to the drainage pond or it's going to go down the way to where we have flooding issues.
You want Mr. Jenkins to try to answer that, or do you want to answer?
Yes, I would like to just weigh in just real briefly on the subject. With the location that we're looking at for the fire station on the Glacier Pond being there, essentially the southwestern corner of the Glacier tract. I mean, right now today, of course, any rain that falls on that spot gets into the Glacier Pond and then goes off downstream. Assuming that's the site we go with, the grading of that site would be done in such a way that, yes, we would need to provide the needed grading to make the fire station itself work, but the runoff that would come off of that tract would still get into that pond eventually. Les kind of talked about this a little when he was making his presentation back at the beginning of all this. The intention is not to put in a new detention pond just for that site. because it is going to be getting into the existing glacier tract. One thing that we've been looking at, and one thing that Les mentioned, was the possibility, to me, it seems more effective to make modifications to the existing pond. You know, the exact contours that had to be worked out at a later time, but there'd be a way to put a little extra pond into the glacier pond so that any increased runoff fire station would be absorbed by the pond, and which would result in a net negative change to anything downstream. So anything downstream would essentially see no change in runoff due to the fire station development.
So by doing additional development, so not necessarily creating a retention pond, but doing work to make a retention pond that we currently have much more of a retention pond.
It would be a modification to the existing retention pond, yes, sir.
So it's not that we're not having to make retention pond adjustments. We're just going to deal with the one we've already got and make it bigger.
That's correct. Yes, we would
All right,
adjust.
awesome. Thank you.
So let me add that one more question. So we are pouring concrete, right? We are pouring concrete, we are building structure. So currently the earth, right? There's some square footage of where the water goes into the ground, but now we are pouring concrete, so it's no more. It's no more water going down. So at least that water has to go down into the pond, right? So there got to be some additional drainage issues on the seaway.
Well, and you're quite correct that anything that comes off that new concrete surface that's going to be there is going to end up in the glacier pond. I mean, that's just the topography of the site dictates that. And as I say, I mean, the existing pond that's out there now has got a large amount of volume. There is areas where, and we kind of looked at this before when we sort of previously looked at the overall area. There is potential to do some modification of that pond without it getting into the floodplain, without negatively impacting the horse farm that's out there, anything like that. And basically, you essentially increase the amount of volume available to deal with the extra volume that would be generated by putting a new building on a current undeveloped piece of property.
We have enough capacity, so that is not a concern for us.
Yes, sir. Well, like I say, we may make modifications to the pond to get the capacity that we need. And once we get into the detailed design, again, assuming that's the track that we go with, we would figure out exactly how many cubic feet we would need to do to compensate.
And that is going to be part of this construction.
That's correct. It'd be part of the detailed design, assuming that this is the track that gets.
Charlie, I didn't mean to cut you off. I know you want to say something.
Any way to help.
Because we asked all kinds of drainage questions here.
And I will add that the grade work on that site would slow some of that sheet flow down, because we're taking some of that steep topography down and kind of leveling it out. And so we do have the additional roof and groundwater off the concrete, but we're also slowing it down before it gets to the pond. And that was all taken into consideration too, because that pond is really just to detain it long enough till it can be absorbed and run downstream. It's not an actual catch basin type setup.
Council, other additional questions? Mr. Freeman, did your question get answered?
It most certainly did. Thank you.
Council, other additional questions or discussions? Mr. Clark, you have something?
So this is to town staff. Have we thought about, because we do have some plans for a glacier about trails and creating a horse equestrian park. Have we thought about this, if we do put the fire station there, if we tied this in about how we can possibly do trails? I've proposed for a while to dredge that pond and make it more defined and put a big, nice fishing spot there. Maybe we can do that too. But if we thought about that type of thing, if we do something with the glacier, about how we can keep some of our current plans and continue to move forward with those.
Yes, actually right now, there's kind of a parallel path going on with the glacier property, the horse barn property. So if you recall, we issued a contract to Happen Associates, and they've been doing all kind of the civil engineering assessment on that. And so they've already done the topographic survey. We've had our preliminary planning meeting on the programming for the barn. They're now working on a preliminary rendering for that. And then what all of that is going to result in is bid specs so that they can go out to bid on the barn. And in the proposed budget for next year for 4B, there's $500,000 budgeted for the construction of that barn. So, you know, kind of if you all decided to go with Glazier, I've already communicated all of that to these architects, and we ran some potential renderings by the Glazier committee for, hey, what did you want the barn to look like? And so once, you know, kind of moving all of these in parallel path. And so at some point, if this is where you select, we will join those two firms together so that it becomes more of a equestrian looking complex with the fire station and the barn. So it's not like this discordant, you know, municipal looking building and then a barn. It would be more of something that would be aesthetically together. And then hopefully then you can draw it together with the fencing and maybe even, you know, some, you know, sculptures or whatever that really lend to that equestrian feel. So that's just if you went this direction with Glazier. But yes, thought has gone into, we have this other process that's already moved down the line quite a bit.
Okay, thank you. And one follow-up question. I think before the very first gentleman that spoke, Harry Hronis, Harry Hronis, he brought up wanting sewer. He's across the street. Because we are, if we went with Glazier, we would be building and bring sewer down.
Yes.
Would this be a good time to bring it across the street and maybe help that whole row?
Right. And I have talked to that constituent many times before. And our immediate plans right now are that when we resurface Trip Road, we are going to place a conduit in there. Lyle has already been working on trying to coordinate that with the water line that's already there. So we'll place the conduit because that's probably going to happen before the next step. So we'll place the conduit so it's ready. And then you select the Glazier property, we're going to be bringing the sewer all the way to that location. So at that point, it really makes sense to extend it. Right now, that project is on our CIP. It's ranked a little bit lower just because it does impact so few people. But it's hovering right in there, and you'll see that later in this meeting. But our thought is that a lot of the cost, it's estimated at $600,000 right now, but a lot of those costs would be diminished by getting it to that point. So our thought would be to ask at some point that we add that into that project so that we can get that sewer over to those residents there that are impacted. And it's very much on our radar screen. We talked to the CIP committee about that. And it's a great opportunity, but again, only if we choose this location. Otherwise, we'll have the conduit, and then we're just looking at what point would we spend the $600,000 to get it there.
Okay, thank you.
Susan, I have a follow-up question on that. When you put the sewer line there, will that go all the way down Trip to what point?
I think right now, and Lyle, you chime in, but where it is right now is up, it runs across the northern part of the Glazier track, correct, Lyle? And then we come right down through the Glazier track.
Yeah, that's correct, Susan. The line that's being referred to kind of cuts across sort of the northern part of the overall Glazier tract. It's going to be well north of where the fire station is. I had started looking at this back about a year ago when the gentleman kind of first really started bringing this to our attention. That line traverses that entire tract. There's one particular manhole that's south of the pond, and that would be the logical point because that line kind of does a little bit bend and brings it a little bit closer to Trip. Down to that, you run a sewer line straight south, 4 under Trip Road, and then from that point you go east and west to serve as many lots as possible.
That's what I wanted to find out right there. The second question I have for you real quick, architectural, what is the anticipated height on the structure? I know that the final designs of anything has not been designed but putting it in a neighborhood, a lower profile is better. So I'm just kind of curious what kind of height the architect design would be on any of those buildings.
Just
Yeah.
ask me what's the consent.
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't. Wes, do you have anything you could add to that?
No, it was just that if you have a 2-story home in a neighborhood, but you have a 4-story fire station there,
Sure.
it ought to blend at some point, and I know that they can be different levels. So I was just curious what that level might be.
Basically, the apparatus bay wags the tail of the height of a fire station. We don't do many fire stations, and I know your station that you're at now doesn't have 14-foot tall doors, but basically a 14-foot tall door, basically inside the bay is closer to 18 to 20 feet. Yeah. And then we don't do many flat roofs, but it could be 20 feet tall, but usually sloped roofs above that, depending on if it slopes parallel.
30 feet, 24 to 30 feet.
It could be at the very tip of the gable of the roof slope could be 30 feet.
Thank you.
You know, specifically the reason why I asked the question on that sewer line, is it coming down Jobson or coming down Tripp? In law, I think you did answer it very well. I was concerned about whether or not there was going to be enough fall, because one of the advantages to using the Glacier Tract piece of property is it does make it so much easier for us to pick up a number of houses that we don't, there's some combined costs that end up happening that make it more practical for us to jump in and take care of those houses that are up and down Tripp at this time, as opposed to waiting until we just happen to have $600,000 later on. But you answered it. Thank you for the answer to that, because I think that was pretty important. And Mayor, if I can just say a few more things. When we moved here 42 years ago, the fire station was on Long Creek, the other on the south side of 80, because that's where most of the construction was at the time. The M streets were just being built. The man who built our house built a lot of those houses on the M streets. And don't get me going down that path, because it turns me real red real quick. Then, if I remember correctly, the land was donated to us for Tower Place. And the sheriff's department worked out of Tower Place for a while. And Mr. Wade rightly said that you do hear sirens on occasion. And the chief was looking at me. His eyes weren't blood red, but he was looking at me because I'm the one that said, you know, I don't like hearing the PA squawking all the way across that big old long field. Or realizing that I'm just due north, maybe a little northwest, and with our our normal southeasterly winds, I'm going to hear pretty much everything that goes on at the fire station. I do today hear an occasional siren, and it's probably because they need to run it. When the sheriff's department was there, they used to test their sirens at every shift change. I'd hear sirens for 30 or 45 seconds. You know, that's a part of life in the town. I don't mean to say that demeaningly to the people who are concerned, who are going to be living near this, wherever the position is that we select. But because of the way growth of the town happened over time, and again, there were only 1,100 water meters in this town when we moved here. There's a lot of things that are happening today in this town that we had no expectation to have happen. I always kind of wondered, although I was working so hard back in those days, that I didn't get that involved. A lot of y'all might not really realize that I did at one time work hard. But, you know, it would be great if we could have sat down when I moved here, or maybe even half that time long ago, and put together a master plan. Well, I did start getting involved about 15 years ago, so there's something like that, maybe a little less. Because I saw that maybe some things just weren't being thought about. And fortunately, a lot of the things that we are doing today, particularly in the CIP plan, I hope that I can put a little bit of an initial on them for the fact that we are beginning to do things that this town has avoided doing for a long time. And all of this stuff is coming back to bite us. I really wished we would have had a master plan that said, this is where the fire station needs to go relative to the amount of construction that was going on. Because quite frankly, when the streets were being built, maybe that needed to be thought about a little bit more, but it wasn't. So part of my reason for being involved is to maybe do the best we can with what we got. And I just wanted to point out one last thing. And if for those who are concerned about a fire station being close to them, I'm in that age group that I might need that EMS ambulance. And at the fire station, the ambulance is moving away from me. So, and most of the people that live on Barnes Bridge are that way. Now, we've got some new people coming in, and that's great. We love to see them. And I try to get as many of those people involved with what's going on in the town as I can. But still, predominantly, for the houses built between about 1975 and maybe 1985, 1990, they're predominantly people of my age, a little less, a few older. And, you know, yeah, it's not a very big number of people relative to what's in Stone Canyon and Stony Creek and Homestead and things like that, but it's still alive. So if somebody wants to be concerned, look at my side of the picture too. And I'm not complaining about it because I see what this town as a whole needs. And that's my 4 seconds of fame.
Gotcha. What you're saying is moving away from you cause you a different type of stress. That's what you're saying. Got it. Anyone else? Clark, you have something?
You know, with a lot of the comments here, it's everybody is taking a negative attitude that living next to a fire station is bad. And I've lived near 3 fire stations in my life. My wife and I both lived near 3 fire stations in our life, and they've actually been really good neighbors. So, you know, every comment, every thought is that they would be bad neighbors. And it may actually be a good neighbor. I think once, wherever it's put, you know, I think the neighbors of that will actually see that it's a good neighbor. You know, it sounds like the chief's going to work with whoever it is, the neighborhood, and make sure that there's good quiet zone, make sure that, you know, that they're good neighbors. And I'd like your assurance you'd do that. You'd work with, okay, he shaking said yes. So, you know, living next to 3 fire stations in my life, they're good neighbors. They're not bad. They're not loud. They respect who they're right next to, you know? And so I really do think that a different perspective should be taken and thought about.
Mayor, if I could just real quickly, I know it's getting late, but I just want to tag on to what Kevin just said. And you're going to find this to be an offshoot, but there's a reason for this. About 20 years ago, Williams Cemetery Companies bought the cemetery on Beltline. We all know about it as you go down kind of the S curve. There's the cemetery. I can't remember the name of it. I know it because I've walked through it many times. When Williams bought that, they also bought, I can't remember how many acres it is. They bought a tremendous amount of acreage, though, to the east of that cemetery that actually ends about right at the top of my driveway, if you were to shoot a line straight north out of the driveway. We all on Barnes Bridge thought this was horrible. This was a crazy idea. We don't want a cemetery near our house. Until one of us happened to stand up and say, you know what? They don't play a lot of loud radios, a lot of loud music. They don't get out and throw wild parties.
For the nighttime.
Huh?
Just only the nighttime?
Well, you have to be careful, you know, on Halloween, you got to be quite mindful. But it's what Kevin said, and I'm not trying to, again, trying to go around, because I truly understand what these citizens are saying, and I understand what that impact is to them. So, some people have written their emails to say, you know, I made my number one investment. We all make our number one investment in our household. We don't want to see things happening near our household that don't fit our lifestyle. I truly understand waking up in the middle of the night, not being able to go back to sleep. I was up at 4:30 yesterday morning. I was up at 3 this morning. I know what it's like to get old and have to deal with that. You just don't lay your head back down on the pillow and go to sleep. And I'm sure some of the rest of you guys are dealing with the same, and ladies are maybe dealing with the same frustrations. But our responsibility here is to try to go through all the things that are subjective concerns stated by the citizens and look at the most objective pieces of information that we can. Councilmember Wade did point out a few things that, and he was right in one thing, and that was you make the numbers look however you want them to look. But when you stand back away from this thing and try to look at it as objectively as possible, I don't think that we have but one decision. And I understand where Mr. Freeman was coming from. But the one thing that has not been talked about here tonight is traffic conditions around the school when the fire engines have to roll out. And that's a problem. That's going to be a problem. And forget the cost of what it's going to take to build over here. I just think that that scenario is not going to be a pretty one. And granted, unless we go to year-round school, it's only going to be for basically 9 months out of the year, assuming we get back to school, and I hope we do. But we've thought through some of those processes. I don't know that tonight's, and I'm just, don't throw rocks at me, because I just want to just make a comment that, do we need to think about this some more? Go ahead. Do it.
Okay.
Make it I prefer the Nutter Butters.
Thanks, Mr. Egan.
But anyway, just a thought. I'm willing to take a vote tonight too if we need to.
So council, other additional discussions?
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment and I'm prepared to make a motion. So
Go for it.
a couple of comments and a motion.
Before I make a motion, I want to make sure that everybody got a chance to offer.
I'll make a comment first and then I'll be ready to make a motion. So, this is an important issue for all of us, right? It's been a lot of time spent by chief, consultants, town manager, and it's important to our residents. I am a little frustrated by not in my backyard mentality that we have. It frustrates me because the first thing our residents are going to want are the fire department there when we have an incident. And so that's frustrating to me. To that same end, I do believe there are some points that have been made that we can explore a little more in depth. And with respect to the chief and the work that's been done there, this is not in any way a statement that I believe that Glacier is not the right place. I do believe it's the right place. And I think the data will show that. But I do believe it is sometimes wise to take a step back and let the data take us there, right? And so I'll be prepared to make a motion after we comments to support my comments.
Okay. Council, other additional discussions on this topic? Mr. Freeman, Mr. Eldridge, I'm assuming you have no more comments at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, with that, I'm going to call for a motion. Mr. Pinch.
Mr. Mayor, based on my comments and based on the fact that I believe that additional analysis will support Glacier, but I'm willing to let the data take us there. I'd like to make a motion that we table this decision and that we authorize the town manager to work with consultants to explore the town hall site in the same depth or more depth than we did with Glacier or Jobson to make sure we are making the best decision to determine the right site.
So what type of study? Okay. Motion made by Mr. Finch. Second by Mr. Egan. I can open up for discussions. Mr. Allen, do you have a comment to make?
No, I was going to second it, but I think Egan, Councilman, beat me to it. With regards to the motion, are we putting parameters over the data research that we're looking for?
I can add some to that.
Yeah, so that's fine. We're gonna be clear on what data we need.
So I'd like for us to include with the motion, I'd like for us to really take an in-depth look at response times and confirm what the chief already has told us. And if we need to use an outside consultant, I think that'd be a good idea. And I'd also like us to look at one thing we haven't discussed about Glacier. I'm sorry, these are termed in the comments, not part of, but the wisdom of having two ways out of the station, because in Glacier you have Jobson and you have Tripp ways out. If we do it on Collins, we have one way. We have Collins. If Collins is closed, what do we do? And so that has to be considered, but I think it is a safety issue that we need to look at. Look at multiple access points from the station.
Mr. Finch, may I suggest something else? Mr. Egan brought up Collins Shore traffic full time. Is that, are we going to add that to your motion?
Absolutely. I'm going to look at, we need to do a comprehensive traffic study. I think that goes to the response times, I believe, Mr. Mayor. I think response times would cover that. And Susan, if you have additional insight.
One of the things that, so if we're kind of going to look and compare the Glacier site with Town Hall, and I'm going to look at our consultants and Lyle, but would you recommend doing geotech on those two sites to compare? Because I mean, one of my biggest concerns about Town Hall, and you know, we ranked it number 2, so we thought it's a good site, but just geotechnical stuff. So we had originally planned to only do geotech on our final site, but what's your thought about doing geotech on those two sites to compare?
Well, I'll weigh in on it first, and I'll let the consultant speak to it. I know a lot of concerns have been brought up regarding geotechnical. I understand those concerns. To me, the cost of the geotechnical analysis, when you compare it to the cost of the overall development of a station, whichever site we end up going with, is fairly insignificant. So I think in
Did you
terms
say
of
insignificant or significant?
fairly insignificant, the cost of an analysis when you look at the overall development of this fire station. So I think in order to get some, lack of a better term, some peace of mind in that regard, I think it's probably money well spent.
Money well spent, okay.
Mayor, I don't know where we are in the discussion of the motions and stuff we have going on right here at the table, but with response to.
So this is discussion on the motion. You're trying to clarify the motion.
Yeah, so with respect to Councilman Ryan's motion and times, I want to reiterate the detail of the time to locations, EMS, truck, EMS, and truck. So we break it down into real data. I think it's real important. When we go back to what the chief said, that the number one issue here is time.
Yes, sir. We actually have an expert in this field identified. So if we needed to go to the next level, we could do that. So we're prepared to do that.
So can I just call it detailed response time analysis? Is that, Susan?
Yes, sir.
Does that get
Yes,
you
sir.
what you're looking for?
And Mayor George, can I add one point as well?
Yes, sir.
If we're going to start digging into times, instead of just having 6 spots that we've got picked around town, could we also do the times to the 5 hotspots that we've identified as major areas that we do make calls to?
I would think that's very appropriate.
I would hope a consultant would.
Yeah, I would think so.
Take that data.
Carl, you're going
But that brings up another question though, because we eliminated some of those sites based on the fact that they weren't available. So we're going to spend money to evaluate a site that's not available.
No, we're talking about hotspots for calls, not locations for stations.
Okay, I misunderstood what he said there. Okay, thanks.
Places we respond to.
So So you're going to say something?
I think I was going to answer the question about the, and Lyle is, I will support his statement that in the cost of the project, it is a small portion of it. But I do think the town hall site, we have got very good information based off this facility here. So I probably would not recommend, I still support our basic, they're all structural slab pier type foundations. If we're still talking about Jobson, Glacier, and Town Hall. So at this point, I would still recommend the cost factor of Town Hall in our original was just the amount of topography change, the crossing of the drainage area here on Collins, and the amount of concrete to either get them into a single entry or a secondary entry so we didn't have the congestion of getting in. That was the cost issue there. It was not the soil conditions in either one. So like I said, Lyle is correct in the cost, but we do have good information off this facility. And so I think at this point, we still need to probably narrow down a site before we get really, we've already got the worst case covered on that portion.
Les, you're going to say something, sir? Come on.
Not to spend all your money, by the way, but as you noticed, it was a little bit tedious using Google Maps and topography off the internet. We got it covered, and Jobson and Glacier are pretty simple. I mean, yes, there's some cut on one and some fill on the other, but pretty simple. This one, I really think we need a full-blown topographic survey, which will be $10,000 or so.
And I think that's covered in our general motion with allowing the town manager to, I appreciate your comments,
Okay.
allowing the town manager to take those. I
This
mean,
side is
you're the professional, right? So
really complicated.
I know this side's complicated. That's what we want to know, because that's one of the things we need to figure out in this whole thing. Is on top of all that, if it's an additional $1 million, we cost that too. So, so thank you.
So, Mr. Before you go there, are there additional discussions on the motion?
Mayor, I would like to add this within that umbrella. And that is one of the comments made by the citizens. And what is our master plan for fire station location, wherever this one's built? And it doesn't have to be the exact map, but the reason we're in the predicament we're in right now is because we didn't look out here. So I'd like to see if we could at least think about that part of it.
So in response to my motion, I respect what you're saying, Mark, but I'm not making a motion to add a master plan study to it. I think, go ahead.
I don't think I want to go so far as to, but I think there needs to, I mean, it's just like the citizen said, what is our, I mean, it's not going to be a documented written plan, but at least some idea of what we're going to do.
But I think that if we look at holistically all this data, it gets us to where, even if we had
well, it does for this instance.
Yeah,
Yes.
a master plan for a fire station. I mean, what is that? Is that like more fire stations? So I think for my intention is to arrive at the best solution based on the data for these two locations. And I'm going to limit it to Glacier. I'm going to limit my motion to Glacier and the town hall site. I'm not including the Jobson site. And so based on those two, if we study response times, the streets, and the geo.
Okay.
Right? So, Mr. Mayor, let me clarify my motion, please, after discussion. So I'd like to limit the scope of this motion to Glacier.
You can table the motion. You can table the.
I want to table agenda item 7. Allow the town manager to do the additional study, to work with consultants to explore the town hall site in addition to the Glacier site. To look at detailed response times, the impact of multiple routes from the station, and if needed, any geotech. Right? Is that enough for you? Does that cover it, Susan?
Yes, sir.
Let me try to restate that. At least you heard what you said, right? Got it. So Mr. Finch is making a motion to table item number 7 and authorize town manager to engage the services of a consultant to understand detailed response time and the impact of two-way or one-way entrance exit from the site, and necessary geotech studies on Glacier Tract and the town hall.
As needed.
Yeah, can we just say geotech/topo?
Yes, geotech slash. Are you okay with that, Mr. Finch?
Yes, and I think it's, do we already have a second?
No, we have it. So I want to ask a timeline also. When you table, we got to come back to the time, right? We
Yeah.
cannot just table indefinitely.
So what timeline do we need, Susan? How much?
I'd like to start with 1 month. I don't think our next meeting it allows me enough time to get that together.
The first August meeting?
Yes, sir.
What's the date on that, Rachel? First August meeting would be, I put you on the spot, sorry. The 10th, August 10th, table till August 10th, part of the motion. And Mr. Mayor, just for some comments before we vote on this. Chief, I just want to say to you and your staff, understand this does not, my motion is not intended to undermine any of the work you've done. We want to arrive at the best solution, and I think the data is going to show us. So understand that everything you've done is greatly appreciated and for your staff. And so I want to make sure that you understand this is about finding the best solution for you guys and for our town. And so it's difficult for us to sit here and hear all this information and come to a decision for me without having at least that final data. So just understand it's 100% support for you and your troops. We just want to make sure we get to the right solution. And so that's just for me personally. Sure. Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Motion made, Mr. Rachel, you want to say something? Okay, motion made by Mr. Finch to table item number 7 and to authorize town manager to engage service of a consultant to study detailed response time, impact a two-way versus one-way, exit and entrance to the site, and necessary geotech / topographical study, and only on town hall site as well as the Glacier Tract, and come back to the council on the first week, is August 10th council meeting. Is that right? Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Mr. Egan. Thank you, sir. All in favor signify. Mr. Freeman, can you say your vote? Which way you vote?
I agree.
Okay, vote for, okay, and Mr. Eldridge. Thank you. All opposed? Motion passed 7-0. Thank you. Thank you, Komatsu. It's a lot of work, a lot of discussion. This is a big investment. This is a big key project in our town's history. And Chief and Peggy, lots of work. Appreciate it. Lyle, Susan, of course. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Drive safe, please. Please be safe. We'll see you then. All right, moving on to, the good thing is time is only 10:40, right? Okay, moving on to item number 5. I'm going back to item number 5. That is to hold a public hearing, discuss, consider, and act upon a request by the town of Sunnyvale for the first reading of ordinance 20-14 and ordinance amending the town unified development ordinance duly passed by the town council on March 26, 2018. As amended from time to time, so as to amend section 3.0608 design standard, specifically section 3.06.08 EB garage orientation and access, as well as any other associated section. Mr. Jackson?
Mayor, Council, town staff was directed by town council to move forward with a text amendment to our garage access standards, specifically with those that are addressing the 3-car garage and J-gate design. The proposed amendment was presented to town council at a previous meeting, and it was agreed upon with regard to the language. That language was forwarded to the Planning and Zoning Commission, who recommended approval. Staff has added some visual figures to help explain the intent for the regulation, and removed one of the proposed or the existing figures in the UDO that kind of shows a visual of what we do not want. Staff recommends approval, and it's available for any additional comments.
Thanks, Rashad. Mayor's coming back from the public comments.
Sorry, Mr. Jackson. Thanks for the input. So this is a public hearing item. I'm going to take public comments. If anyone from the members of the audience or those who are called in on the Zoom wants to speak to the council on item number 5, please come forward. No one coming forward from the members of the audience here at the council chamber. Joseph, anyone raising their hand?
No hands.
No hands raised. We're going to close the public comments. Council, are there any additional discussions? This is the first reading, correct?
Mayor, I have one question for Ms. McDonald.
Hey, Mr. Freeman, go ahead, sir.
When we had talked about this, we were going to make sure that the language in there did not mean that if you already had a home that was like this, that it would not be out of code once this came in, right? For people trying to sell their house, that language was put in. This is not going to be out of code for people who own those houses already.
Rashad, I'll have to look at you. I can review that really quickly, but I haven't looked at it, I don't believe, since it was revised.
Yeah, I know that was noted, but it was my understanding that as we discussed during the previous town council meeting, that it was understood that that regulation, the state law, vests those properties that already have zoning in place,
okay,
already have platting in place. So the language would be.
Vesting means that they have the right to continue to build under the permit, under the rules at the time that they pull their permit.
Correct.
Adopting an ordinance, though, can make them non-conforming.
That's
And
what I was
so
thinking.
between now and the next reading, we could add language to this ordinance that says existing single-family residents will not be made non-conforming by adoption of this ordinance.
Yeah, I think that's important to people who've already bought those homes. It shouldn't go against them because we're changing the rules on them.
Brenda, do we need to make that, since we're going to make a motion here shortly, do we need to add that language to the motion?
No, we'll just make that change between now and the second reading.
Fair enough. Mr. Freeman, did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Mr. Eldridge, any comments or questions? Council members here in the chamber, Mr. Egan?
Do we need to make that same kind of change for somebody's plumbing system or somebody's electrical system or existing houses that, I mean,
typically that is not done with regard to technical codes because those codes contain language that says when construction must be brought into compliance. For example, if you are replacing your water heater and it doesn't have the pan that's required underneath it, when you put your new water heater in, you've got to add that pan. And
But
so
you
I
don't
don't
bring
recommend
your-
that language with regard.
bring your whole plumbing system up to the current code. You only bring the portions of the plumbing system that you are able to bring up to current code, such as the pan underneath the water heater. But you don't have to you don't have to take the Orangeburg pipe out of the ground and put in PVC.
No, that's handled in those technical codes.
Brenda Solari, I think we talked about that before at the last time, and I think Jonathan's right that we did say that we were going to exclude them, and you had a law that you cited, and I can't remember where that was, but we don't want to penalize anybody that's already got a home. We want to be sure that they're grandfathered. I'm not sure we can use that term grandfathered.
No, we don't use that term, but I certainly understand your direction and we can add that language for you to have at your next reading.
Very good. Thank you. I'm good.
I just want to know, I was like you, Mr. Allen, assuming that that language that was noted in the state law was to be assumed. but I didn't know that we needed to add a specific language. So I'll get with Brenda on that.
Okay, if there are no other comments or discussions, I think I lost Mr. Clark, at least temporarily. He's back. It's coffee break. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. Mr. Clark has to be at work all the time. Okay, so this is the first reading. I know Brenda talked about making additional changes between now and then, second one. But can I have a motion with respect to item number 5? Motion made by Mr. Egan to approve item number 5 as presented.
And second.
Second by Mr. Allen. Everyone heard the motion? Are there additional discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed? Motion passed 7-0. Council, since I know how much you love to be here, but since the time is getting a little late, so I'm going to suggest and ask for your consensus to table item number 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. It's item 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. The left will be 6, 9, 15. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Do we need a motion on that, Mayor?
I need a motion. If you're,
I'll
can I
make
have
that
a motion
motion.
with respect to? Yes.
I'll make that motion as stated. We're going to table all but 6, 9, and 15.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Allen. I'm going
I'll
to say
second.
that table 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Second?
Seconded by Mr. Clark.
15.
No,
Did you say table or not table?
table 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
Thank you.
Are you okay with that motion? Chief? Motion made by Mr. Allen, seconded by Clark. Everyone heard the motion? Are there additional discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Thank you. Moving on to item number 6. Discussion action item, discuss, consider, and act upon a request by Matthew Martinez to approve the Sri addition, a minor plat at or about 401 South Collins. Mr. Jackson?
Mayor, Council, the applicant is requesting a minor plat for the street addition in order to create 2 retail lots, sorry. The subject property is located at 401 South Collins Road, which is at the intersection of South Collins and Wheatfield. The unplatted property is currently vacant and zoned general business. And one of the lots, if you recall, is tied to the development of the O'Reillys. So they're just finalizing this so they can move forward with development of that property.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I'm going to open up for public comments. See if there anyone from the members of the audience would like to speak to the council on item number 6. Either you may come forward or raise your hand in Zoom. No one is coming forward from the chamber. Joseph, anyone raising their hand?
We do have one hand raised.
Would you announce their name, please?
Kelly, I've given permission to speak.
Good evening, Kelly. Would you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, this is Kelly Agnor with Vaquero Ventures. Address is 2900 Wingate Street, Suite 200, Fort Worth, Texas, 76107.
Good evening, ma'am. Do you have a comment?
Good evening. I'm just here on behalf of the ownership, and if you guys have any questions or comments for me, I'm just here for y'all.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. So public comments continues. If anyone from the members of the audience would like to raise their hand, please do so at this time. Joseph, anyone, any other hands raised?
No more hands raised.
No hands raised. We're going to come and close the public comments. Council, are there any question for Mr. Jackson or for the applicant? If there are none, Shelley, you want to add anything you want to add? Kelly, do you want to add anything?
Sorry, I was muted. No, I don't have anything else to add. Thank you for your time this evening.
Yes, ma'am. Apologies for the long delay.
It was a long one tonight.
Sorry about that. Council, there are no discussions. Can I have a motion with respect to item number 6? Motion made by Mr. Egan to approve item number 6 as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Fitch. Everyone heard the motion? Are there additional discussions? All in favor signify. All opposed, motion passed 7-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Rashad. So 7 we already talked. 8, 9. Moving on to item number 9, discuss and consider the proposed budget presentation with the focus of the general fund, debt services, CIP, and 4B development. Ms. Hopkins?
Mayor and council, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to share my screen with you so that you can see this PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Joseph, back me up if I don't do this correctly.
No problem.
You're getting very tech savvy now.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
We see the agenda item.
Can you see it?
We can see that page, yeah.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hang on.
I thought that's my age issue. That was my age issue, not the computer issue.
Joseph, could you pull this up for me? I'm having trouble.
Oh, God.
See
That was a good one.
the PowerPoint slide? One second. Okay, I have that pulled up. I'm about to share the screen.
Okay, Mayor and Council, this is, we're just continuing on with our budget process. And if you'll go to the next page, the budget schedule, we're obviously at the July 13th, and I'm gonna give you some updated numbers for the general fund, the debt service. Phyllis Moore is gonna go over 4B, EDC, and since the CIP detail was tabled, we probably will go over that just real briefly. The next slide, this is your all funds summary. This is where you can go and look at all of your funds from the beginning fund balance with your budgeted revenues, your budgeted transfers. These should all foot back to the proposed budget encode reports. So everything is there, and we will continue to update this as we make changes to the budget. The next slide. The next slide is general fund updates. And this is basically, I just want to reiterate that the M&O tax rate is a staff calculated rate at this point. And we will be getting our certified appraisals and our tax rate calculations from Dallas County for presentation to you on July 27th. So this is all still preliminary based on staff expectations. We did lower the expenses for the general fund in this presentation. Sales tax is still coming in at pre-COVID levels, and we had reduced that by 10%. So we went in and reduced the reduction to 5. And then we also made a correction that last year special assessment for the industrial park, that will be coming directly to the general fund with the dissolution of the 4A. So we put that back in there. We put excuse me, a list of supplementals in this presentation for your consideration, and they are not reflected in this proposed budget.
Can you hear us?
Hey, Liz.
Yes.
I just want to interject. I know you and I know this, but I want to make sure the council does. So when she says we lowered the reduction on sales tax to 5%, just a reminder that during the mid-year budget, we had already lowered it by 10%. So this really is a year-over-year decrease of 15%. Correct, Liz?
Correct.
I just want to make sure. I didn't want you to feel like we were being too aggressive with that
I
number.
thought sales tax was changed from a 10% reduction to a 5% reduction.
But, and she's talking about from our presentation to you during the budget retreat.
So it's a
We had-
gain, right?
Right, we had
Yes.
originally put it at 10% on top of the 10% mid-year, but now we backed off 5% because we're seeing the numbers come in.
This is good. This is
Yeah,
better.
this is more money available, but we're still being pretty conservative.
But-
But we are getting a little less conservative.
So just a question on that real quick, Liz, Susan, from the last data we saw, we are not really seeing a reduction.
Well, we're seeing a overall reduction, but
So-
it's not to the degree that we thought it was. So we're monitoring it. And when we finally come back to you, we may be a little bit higher.
Tell me what you mean by, just so I understand by what you mean by overall reduction. Because the numbers I saw, I clearly am not understanding them right, and I fully expect that. I just want
Phyllis, do you have the charts of what percentage we're still down year over year?
Right. What happened was before COVID even came along, we noticed that our sales tax was lower. And so we reached out to the comptroller to find out why our sales tax were lower. And the response is that we had some major capital expansions in town, and those had finished up. And so they were some large companies doing expansions and things like that. And they're like, that's where the reduction in your sales tax was. So when we went to mid-year, we took that into account. We said, we're going to lower our sales tax by 10% because that's what we're seeing, the effect of these large projects finishing out. Then when we came to making a determination of the 2021 sales taxes, we said now, not only are we dealing with the reduction in major projects, but we've got COVID. So we reduced it another 10% to be very, very conservative. But what we're seeing is we're not seeing the COVID effect.
I see. I got you. You're seeing the reduction in construction, things like this, the building of commercial, but not seeing the sales tax reduction for what we feared would happen with COVID.
Correct.
I got you. I understand now. I got you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood exactly, and for our people, you that may be watching, understood as well what we're talking about. So thank you, Liz.
No worries.
And part of that may be due to the offset that occurred as a result of Quick Trip coming online. Some of the retail opportunities that we've had coming online has kind of helped us weather that storm a little bit. That was hard to predict, I would think, in the beginning.
Well, but we didn't want to get too glad happy with this because we're not through with COVID yet, so we need to be watching it. And so that's what all these presentations are. Every time we present to you, we're tweaking these numbers and watching them. So go ahead, Liz. Sorry.
Thanks, Liz.
Liz, I have a question maybe for Susan on this page. On those bottom 3 or 4 events, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, Independence Day, and miscellaneous, is that $1,000 going to cover the cost of whatever we have planned? And can we change that in midterm if we need to? It seems kind of low to me.
Yeah, we were just trying to estimate kind of based upon what we did last year. And we didn't have any money budgeted last year. We kind of carved it out of other things. So, yeah, absolutely. You could add to that if you wanted to. Liz, we didn't let you present this page yet. Why don't you go over that?
I'm sorry?
But why don't you go ahead and go over the supplemental page? We interrupted you. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I want to go back just one slide if we can. I want to, that very last sentence or that very last bullet there, the unassigned fund balance is expected to be $4,951,314 or 205 days or 6.8 months. Management is recommending possibly decreasing that to 6 months and expending the excess of an estimated $624,000 to a CIP line item, whether it be TxDOT, US Highway 80. There's going to be right-of-way costs when they expand that they're going to expect the town to participate in, or possibly Collins Road Phase 2 design or other identified projects. So I think that's an important bullet point there for you to think about as we go through this budget process.
So use the 0.8 months of the unassigned fund balance and turn it into one of the CIP.
So normally you guys in your charter have 90 days required. Historically, the council has said, hey, we'd like to have 120 days. Just honestly, from a management standpoint, I'm accustomed to a 6-month reserve. That's where I'm comfortable. That's what a lot of cities have. So what we see here is you've got that 6-month reserve plus the 0.8, and the 0.8 equates to $624,000. So my thought was, I don't see a lot of value of going to 6.8. So my thought was go to the 6-month, which is well beyond, what the charter calls for or what even history has called for, and use that money for a capital purpose and, something that's on the CIP list that, that way we could get a couple of these projects going without issuing debt. So that was the proposal here.
Anyone has any concerns with that?
The Glacier
Yeah.
property?
Yeah, it
So
could
this is
be.
CIP, bunch of items.
It is, but this references the,
This has.
oh, I'm
TxDOT.
sorry, I misread that. Thank you, disregard.
Yeah, the Highway 80 project, we are going to have to pay TxDOT in at least the first year payment. That'll be coming to you at some point. So my thought was to budget for that, but we thought this would be like a CIP line item. And then the other one that rises right to the top of my head is, that the Collins Road Phase 2 design came in way over budget. We're piecing that together. We met with the engineering firm and they're willing to wait because we're waiting to hear on a grant for that as well. So that could come into play here as well. So we have a couple of things, and then the other one could be any of the CIP projects that you're going to see at your next meeting, getting the design going on some of those. So there's different things that this could be used for. And of course, we would always bring that back to you for final approval.
Yeah. Point is you're going to take some money and roll it into the capital rather than issuing debt.
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving on to the next slide. As Susan said, this is our supplemental list. The fire department, we're trying to get 3 additional positions. And in addition to it being on this supplemental list, I believe that Peggy is trying to get a SAFER grant. A SAFER grant, and hope I'm saying this correctly, would give you 3 positions. And in year 3 or 4, you would have to start to fully fund those positions.
One quick question for you. So understand the grant, understand the remainder. So the question is, are we sure to get it? Or if you don't get it, then what do we do?
No. So just I think you guys know this, but for the benefit of the people at home, right now, these positions are funded, but they're funded for part-time employees.
Okay.
And so we found some problems with that during COVID, where other stations aren't necessarily letting their people pick up extra shifts. So we're really having a hard time keeping somebody in the seat. So we're having to pay overtime to make sure that seat is filled. So we're proposing that for a cost of $74,690, we can shift all those part-time people to a full-time position so we don't run into this issue any longer. So that's, it's less money than it for 3 people because we're shifting the part-time money to the full-time positions. So, but if we got SAFER grants, then for the first 3 years, the full-time salaries would be covered. So we have applied for that. We haven't heard. We're hoping to hear before budget's adopted.
So what is option 1 and 2? Option 1 and 2.
Option 1 and 2 is to do 1 position full-time. Option 2 is to do 2. Option 3 is to do all 3 of the positions.
Okay.
It shifts, ABC. Okay. Let's keep going.
The migration to Encode 10, Joseph can speak to this if you have any questions, but basically this is just obsolescence of your software, and you're just almost forced to upgrade. So this is something that we're going to need to do next year or the year after that at the latest, in my opinion.
Is it an ongoing service fee or is it a one-time fee?
We have Encode 9.
What happens, the migration probably is a one-time fee, but we pay annual maintenance on all of the platforms, whether it's court, utility billing, payroll. We have annual costs for that.
That's
So
already
those-
baked into your budget, right? That's already baked into your budget.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Got it.
The building permit and code enforcement software, Rashad has been requesting this for many years now, so that we can get them off of a software that does not handshake with Encode. So again, this is something he's been asking for, and it really would help the town from a audit standpoint, because we're having to go into a separate software and try to run reports. So that's something that I think would be good.
I'm okay with it, but I thought I heard last time that no other cities have tried it. We are
So-
going to be one of the first one.
Yeah.
So this is not a mature software yet.
No, and we're not nailing down a particular software in this. He is researching a lot of different ones, so it's a software.
So we know we need to make a change. We don't know what it is.
Right. I've been CC'd on a lot of emails lately where he's testing different things, and he's getting feedback from other cities on what's working with Encode, because a lot of cities use Encode.
Let's not be the first one to try it out.
Yeah, and you know that we took this off, then we put it back on. So, this is something that we were unsure about, but we wanted it here just based upon where we're at with revenues right now.
The long-term disability insurance for full-time employees, that's something under consideration, as well as bilingual pay benefits, merit increases, general fund 2% for eligible employees. And I believe this will be this has been or will be benchmarked to our like cities. And Susan, you can speak to this if you'd like.
Yeah, I've been talking to a lot of city managers. Everybody I call says, what are you guys doing? And so I'm hearing probably 50-50, but also the cities who aren't have, a lot of them do merit and there's another word, it's not cost of living, but it has to do with like a market. And so, yeah, market is what they call. So some of them are doing market, some of them are doing merit, some are doing none, some are doing both. But the ones who are doing none have a step pay.
The only question is this one, right? We don't have that now, but we plan to give. What did we gain addition? What's the intent of this? Other than just an extra merit for some people, right? Is that the intent? Or is it, are we going to get a different set of candidates? Are we trying to attract a certain types of candidates who have this extra
This is
skill?
more of a retention.
Do we have a problem with retention?
Like in some positions, yes.
For this bilingual?
Oh, for the bilingual, it was
You're talking bilingual, that's what you're talking about, the bilingual.
and we actually had moved on to the next line item.
Oh,
sorry about that. We moved fast.
Are y'all ready to move on?
I'm not opposed to it. I just want you to make sure that either this is, helping us to attract more people or retain. But if nothing changes, then why? Right? That's your decision at the end. I'm just trying to be. Did we miss the LTD? I know that's something which Susan has been talking with Jonathan on, right? Long-term disability.
So it's on here right now, and we're working on finalizing the quote on that because of a recommendation that Councilmember Freeman, the way he wanted us to research doing it in relation to taxes. So this is probably not the final number. We're waiting on an updated quote.
On the training initiatives, we put this back on. This was something that we had on there last year, and this is an important initiative. So given everything, the COVID and all that, we didn't want this to get lost if at all possible. So you have the William King Cole training, the tape training, going after the Pioneer Award. So we put that back on there. The building inspector, additions to current staff. Another building inspector with the growth that we're having, I think is the goal here. And Rashad, certainly, pipe in here. And if you have any questions, I'm sure Rashad can answer those for you. Again, you have more training, facilitation training, and then you have some added special events, I think, that were identified by the Special Events Committee.
Liz, can I throw something in here? We had talked at the budget meeting about trying to make sure that we got to a number that was not being funded by reserves, and we got basically to where basically what we were getting after supplements, we still didn't have to dip in reserves. And being that what we saw on the last slide that we were 6.8 months, and that we have that additional 600,000 that we're looking to spend. I'm not as opposed to being over budget. I mean, when I look at yes, we have reserves, but that'd be like me setting my personal budget and saying, well, this year I'm going to spend more money than I make, but because I've got money in savings, but I'm just going to use that. As long as that, so we had with the 600 and whatever thousand, right, that you were going to put towards capital projects. Would we be able to maybe shrink that number by whatever this is, like 100,000? So it's 528. So we still have the 6 months reserves, and we still have money towards capital projects. Or is this money coming out additionally? So now it'd be less than 6 months.
No, right now, if you look up at the top, you are $100,000, $99,149. That's additional reserves. That will go back into your reserves. So you're right, it would reduce that 624 basically, because you're putting some additional reserves in your fund balance.
Yep. So right now we don't change this because we're still waiting to hear what you all want. So it's kind of.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So at the very end, yeah, exactly. You're right, Councilmember Freeman. But just right now, we kind of keep it in these buckets because I'm still hearing from you different things you want us to do or add. So we keep supplemental list separate, and then we have the reserves that we're already ending with. So, but they can, in the end, we'll true it all up.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on the supplemental page? If not, we'll move on to the debt service. And again, this is just an update for you to reiterate that the INS rate will raise the needed debt service payments. It's currently a staff calculated rate, and it is the second component of your total tax rate. And hopefully by the next council meeting on the 27th, we will have received our certified roll and our tax rate calculations from Dallas County. One change that we made from our budget retreat was we increased the net revenue to 102,199 versus 2,199 by providing a transfer in from the utility fund to support debt payments. The INS rate is supporting the water tower. Excuse me. So we feel it appropriate that the utility fund should help support those debt payments. So the current unassigned fund balance is expected to be 308,744 and will exceed the best practice of having 1/12 in debt payments, debt service payments in fund balance. Then going to the next slide. This is your debt service. You see that highlighted 1,825,834. That should be familiar to you from the budget retreat. That's the amount of money we need to raise with INS to make our debt payments. And then you can see the rest of the years out there. This information is really, it's required as part of your budget process. So this spreadsheet was prepared by Hilltop Securities. The next slide, excuse me. I know we didn't get into the CIP that we tabled that, but what I wanted to show you in this slide is these are your cash positions. So if you look at your Collins Road, Police Department, drainage, fire station, sewer lines, that's all the debt that you've issued for these projects. Excuse me. And what this does is it shows you what cash do I have left to finish this project. So if you look at the police department, for example, you're seeing you borrowed $3,500,000. The SISD paid you $75,000 for your SRO. You've spent $1,249,000. So your ending fund balance, your ending fund balance is $2,326,000. That's your cash. And it's the same for all these others. So that's just to kind of give you a snapshot.
So list again, 2.3, that's the same line item, right? The police, what do we do with that money? What's our, we have additional CIP expenses coming up?
So we will finish the setup of the police department. And then at the end of that, we'll get everything we need, make sure everything is completely done. And then the language that's in that, that tax note did allow for public safety expenditures. And so Liz and I'll look at that closely and make recommendations to you on what we feel that could be spent for. But an example.
Again, the reason I asked the question is if we can make the best judgment in some point of time, that could be another source for the CIP, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Or like the fire station.
Sure.
So, yeah, but then remember, just the repayment schedule on that is very different than everything else for that project. But aspects of it, it could be something that we use it for. But every one of these is written very narrowly for a particular use. So you have to be very cautious on when you get to the very end, how can you spend those funds?
I mean, if that can be done by the time we make a decision with the CIP,
yes, sir.
That may get you some more idea about, maybe we can finish one more project, right?
Yes, sir.
Maybe.
Okay, the next slide, I'm going to skip that because that kind of led into the CIP discussion that we tabled, and Phyllis is going to go over the 4B budget.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Next in our discussion here for our 2021 budget is going to be the 4B Economic Development Corporation. We met with the 4B board last month.
Able to hear you.
Their meeting and went over this budget. We're presenting it for you to see.
Phyllis, can you hear me? Phyllis?
You can't hear me?
No, you're going in and out, in and out.
Phyllis, I'll tell you what, let me take over for you if you don't mind. Can you hear me, Phyllis?
Like your internet, possibly.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Every other word.
Sorry, Phyllis. Phyllis, do you want to take it?
Okay. The revenues are budgeted at the $740,425 and include sales tax receipts of $733 and interest of $7,300. The expenses are budgeted to be $2,067,033 and include labor and benefits for the EDC director, business incentives and support, town beautification, regional rails to trails, project development and maintenance. The Glacier Concept Plan Phase 1 development and support of the Parks Department budget. The ending fund balance is projected to be $514,306.
Let's couple of quick questions. One, incentives 400,000, and the capital and park 1.05. Do we have, does 4B have detailed breakdown of those numbers?
Yes, sir. Let me look real quick. I believe it's going to be in your encode detail. Let me look back here real quickly.
You took the 400,000 and the 1.05, right? Right.
Liz, are you able to hear me?
Yes, it's better.
It's better.
We're going over the incentives that you have budgeted. I was looking at the notes. Could you go over the incentives that we have budgeted, the 400,000?
The $400,000 budgeted for next year is for anticipated incentives, and the remainder of these incentives that 4B has committed to for the current year that remain unfunded, which currently total approximately $100,000.
So let's Phyllis, say that one more time. So current year we have $403,000 committed, and you're saying that we committed, but some of them are not paid. So we move them to the right to the next year.
That's correct.
And how much we paid this year?
So far this, I'm sorry, Phyllis, go ahead.
Let me look at my sheet here, my cheat sheet here. So far this year, let's see if I can find your encode report here, Liz.
Yeah, I've got 118,750.
Okay.
On page 195 of the packet is the detail of this budget. So of it, you can see the incentives at 400,000, year to date is 118,750.
1 second, we're looking at that. And I'm at 195. I'm looking at the, say, capital outlay, capital building improvement, capital town improvement. Park.
And then on the capital park and rec improvements, Phyllis, is that the rails to trails?
That is going to be the $500,000 for the rails to trails project. And also, I'm sorry, the rails to trails is $550,000, and the $500,000 for the Glacier Phase 1 development of the stables at the Glacier track. $550,000 for the rails to trails construction and maintenance of that area.
I'm so sorry. I don't think 195.
195 is the encode report. It's like this. It's the detail.
Yeah, it's in the package 195. Page number. So Phyllis, help us with that, right? The first bucket is capital outlays and projects. Then we have a capital building improvements. Then capital, I'm looking at the left side, the big, side titles. Where do I see that 400,000?
It's right there under incentives, under capital town improvement, 6929210 line item, the 400,000 all the way to the right.
Gotcha. So we had, so prior year actual was 10,000. Budget was 500,000. Amended budget is 403. So we paid 118,000 to year, right? Yes. We budgeted 403,875, but we paid 118,750, correct?
That is correct.
So what? Right, but we amended that. right?
And
Is it because we didn't have enough people to give to, I guess?
yeah, I mean, we just didn't have projects that applied for the funding that we approved it for. There are some things, you know, that are outstanding that I think we've committed to, but we haven't had to pay up out of them yet, right? Liz, that are or Phyllis, that are encumbered. Things like Hope Coffee. I'm thinking off the top of my head.
Yes, we do have an incentive for Hope Coffee. We also have a sales tax reimbursement for the Kearney Feed Yard, and we have a new incentive for the property next door.
So
Did we have one for Filet too? Or was that just the town?
That was just the town and 4A.
And then, you know, the reason why we pushed for them to leave the 400, even though, you know, the trend doesn't show it, is we want them to be doing this. This is what.
So Phyllis, that 320, so out of all the money, right? So we have 326 and 790 less, right? We that much more surplus is there, right?
You would take that amount and then take your encumbrances off of that amount.
Okay.
Because this does not reflect encumbrances, right, Phyllis? This just reflects.
That's correct. It reflects only what we spent actually expensed year to date.
So let me quick question. 693, 875 is the budget. We actually is 326, 790. Do we have a idea how much is encumbered? 100,000 or less?
She just went through them. For me, it's a little tricky because I look at the whole picture, not just 4Bs. But Phyllis, walk through the amounts for coffee.
We currently have a $20,000 incentive for Hope Coffee. We also have $25,000 worth of incentive grants that we put out there for the COVID-19, a response to the COVID-19 for our businesses. We had put $50,000 in there for that. We've given $25,000 today. So there's $25,000 remaining should a business approach us for COVID-related incentive. In addition to that, we also have a sales tax reimbursement incentive for the Kearney Feed Yard. That is approximately $60,000. And then we have a new incentive for the property next door, the restaurant that is coming in next door.
And that's 50,000, right?
That is a partial sales tax reimbursement incentive, as well as some money that they get up front.
It's 30 plus 20, right?
Right.
So 50. So 155 encumbered plus the 118. So we're going to be getting close.
So just to clarify, not to labor this point, but for incentives for the proposed budget, they're proposing 400,000 for the 2021 budget, right? Of that, the numbers you just gave are already dedicated, right?
Well, but okay, so they've only spent out of the budget this year 118. So we don't know when these are going to come through. Like, we think Hope Coffee is probably going to be pretty darn quick. So some of these encumbrances will come out of this fiscal year. Some of them could come out of next fiscal year, but what doesn't get spent out of this fiscal year will roll into their budget.
What's the total number you project that we'll have for incentives next year? I think that's my big question is, what are we going to have available? Because I see we're spending we're spending just over $1 million on Parks and Rec. But that seems not balanced by what we originally charged them with as far as being in charge of incentives now. It seems like we have a real imbalance here as to what our original mission was when we got rid of 4A, and now 4B is responsible for that, right? And so at what point, Mayor, and this is a rhetorical question, at what point do we say we need to realign the priorities And how does the dollars that are left from 4A, how does that play into this as well? So I'm looking for a bigger picture question, and this may not be the time for it because I know, but I feel like it's something we need to address because I don't think we've clarified our intent.
Well, just
I will speak to my thought. Also, for the money for the 4A, we haven't decided, right? That's stored into the general fund. So we get to decide what we want to do. We haven't made a decision.
right now it is budgeted though. Recall that we did budget it so that you could spend it this year. if you
Correct, but
chose
not
to.
allocated. It's
Yeah, no, it's budgeted. If you recall, we split it in half. And I think half of it was put towards land acquisition and half towards incentive. Liz, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct. I was looking to see.
It's not.
Okay, if you would, Joseph, if you can go back to this third slide, go back to this slide that says all fund summary. It's third or fourth.
And Councilmember Finch, the only other, and I'm not defending it because
there you go.
I always feel strongly this way as well, that we need to make sure we have money for incentives. But I do want to just remind us all that 4B probably doesn't feel like they should be incurring the full expense of the Glacier development, because I think there's a history of feeling like that should be. So right now there's $500,000 put on Glacier development. So, that question eventually will probably resurrect. So, in terms of what's the pieces of the pie, I just want to remind us all of that's always kind of hanging out there.
Did that come from council? I'm just wondering where that came from because I don't think I've ever said that we expect that. I think, it could be at the end, but it seems like we don't. It seems like we're not aligned, and this is where things happen: is when we're not aligned, and then we assume something, they assume something, and then there's this clash at the end. And so that's why I want to make sure. And this seems like we always get to this in the budget process when we look at it and go, wait a minute, this is not aligning with our overall priorities as a council and where we should go, especially with these incentives. I'm concerned about that we're spending. I'm not saying it's wrong to spend the money on Parks and Rec. I'm just saying it seems like now that we're down to one, we have to realign and rethink our priorities. And if we need to communicate that to 4B, then that's something we have done that. And that's what we need to do. That's my point is, when I look at it, I'm not blaming them. I'm saying that I don't think we've had an open conversation of expectations moving forward.
Yeah, I think if we're going to do that, I think it'd be good to kind of say, we'd rather you not spend as much on this project like Glacier or Rails to Charles, because that's where most of the money is
500,000 of that 1 million is Glacier that they're putting in that we haven't really talked about. And so I get that.
Right.
I understand. I just want to make sure.
550 for Rails to Charles. So I think it's good feedback, and I think it really is a conversation that I've struggled with how are we going to pay for incentives moving forward. But we do have, she's showing you up on the screen, the money from 4A that is put aside for you all to give incentives as well. And that's $2 million.
That's the Fund 12, the General Fund Economic Development. And I
And
believe
that's fine. That needs to play into the conversation because now that is funds, those are funds we have access to that they don't have access to, right? And so I think as long as those funds are available, maybe we come up with a plan. Anyway, not to belabor the point. I just think we need to have a conversation.
Well, if I can speak up, Saji, you might be able to help me here too. And I hate to drag this out a little bit more, but I think the reason we got into that trap on the Glacier property in 4B is because we didn't have the money at council level at that time to buy the Glacier track. So there was, you could say it was shenanigans in hindsight, and it kind of was, but we ended up getting something out of it that is going to end up being for the benefit of the town. So it's just trying to get past that, I think is where we're going to. Is that how you remember it, Saji?
Yeah. So the regional rails to trails, that is the rails to trails project, 5.
So that would be the matching funds.
So 105. Mr. Finch, is 550 is waste rate, 500 is for the glacier. That really make up the majority of, that makes up all of the 1 million.
And I'm just assuming we don't need to do anything else anywhere else, so, but based on their material, so whatever. I mean, it's fine.
That's all we are going to do. Right? So that means we basically wipe out all the money.
You'll have like $500,000 left.
That was my real point, is that we're getting to the end here. And so without really having a holistic conversation about priority. That's my point.
So what do we do about it, right? That's the question, right? So do we because this is the funding, this is the budget season, this is the time for us to set the expectation.
All right, do we have a workshop, a meeting, talk to 4B?
That's what
Make sure we're on the same page, we're lines, our goals are lines.
So do we have time for that workshop before the budget is up?
Yes, sir. I can arrange that.
And I think we need to set the stage for this. It's not adversarial. This is trying to get on the same page and understand. We may disagree, but it's not adversarial. It's a discussion. And I think that's what needs to be communicated, is that we want to be on the same page.
Okay. So I guess, Ms. Guthrie, you have an action to
Yes, sir.
set up that time.
And then following those, following the last page there in your packet are the attachments. We have a CIP general fund 5-year plan and a utility fund 5-year. I'm going to skip those for now. I'll insert those if appropriate into the presentation that Susan will bring before you probably at the next meeting. And then you have in this packet as well the general fund debt service and 4B encode reports with notes. So you can go through, and I've kind of gone over those with you as to how to read them. And so if you have any questions in the meantime, please reach out to either Phyllis or myself. We'll be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Thank you, Ms. Phyllis. Council, any questions for Phyllis or Liz? Yeah, I think that's a no.
Thanks for staying up with us.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you, Joseph.
Sorry. Okay, moving on to the last item on the agenda, 15 mayor and council requests for future staff updates and agenda items.
Mayor, I have one question for the staff. Actually, probably for Susan or Rashad. Property at the corner of Town East and Beltline, the Trellis property, is that still moving on schedule?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm sorry. Rashad, are you still on?
Say that one more time again, which property?
Shiralis project. Yeah, I believe it is still.
Glasses back on.
But they're
Go to sleep.
got rescheduled.
I know there was a pre-construction meeting scheduled or tentatively with our town engineer in regards to that project. I don't have the details on when that specific date is, but I know it is in the works.
Okay, that's it. Thanks, Rashad. You go back to sleep.
Do we know what's going on at 325 Barnes Bridge?
What is that? It's a house?
No, it's a barn.
Is that where all the trees are being cleared?
I can't, and I'm not supposed
Yeah,
to.
you're
like,
not, she's not supposed to answer.
yeah,
Just, we need to
325.
make sure we understand what's going on. I believe it's 325 Barnes Bridge. It's a barn. I believe they're being advertised
Brenda
in
wants to
the
yell at
Chamber
us.
of Commerce.
Brenda's been ready.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Thank you, Brenda, for staying awake with us. Anything else?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second. Okay, I'm going to call for, if there's none, I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Mr. Freeman, seconded by Mr. Eldridge. Everyone heard the motion? All in favor signify.
That time they participated.
Or motion 7-0. Now time is 11:40 and the meeting is adjourned.
Okay, great work tonight, fellas.
Get back to the tax, buddy.
Yeah, no joke.
Day, everybody.